All right, we can get going here. So, these projects that we have for tonight, all of these were submitted by uh, either members of the Facebook group or our paid Patreon members. And this image is one of the projects that we have to work on tonight. And I thought it would be a good example of a project that um, many of you are doing right now. And this image was sent to me, and what they're looking to do is create like a little medallion for the stand-up stacking letters. So this would go, like on the front as a little add-on piece. And if we look at the image, I'm guessing that the approximate finished size of this image is, I'm just going to say 4 inches in diameter. They didn't really specify. They told me that's what they were going to use it for, was for those stacking letters. So I think 4 inches in diameter would be a good size for that particular purpose. And of course, we can resize it to whatever size we want to resize it to after we get it created anyhow. So we're going to do it 4 inches. And then we're going to make it smaller too, because she does a lot of our flat bill gift boxes. And so she may want to use the same image for the front of that flat bill gift box as well. Um, so that's what we're going to start with. So when I first look at the image, I look at it and I say, well, it's kind of busy. It's probably not going to work very well to 3D print all these details. So we need to minimize some of those details for us. So what I did was I went in here to chat and I put in the image, and I was surprised at what it gave me because I asked something really generic. So the prompt was, I would like to simplify this design a little bit and make it more suitable for 3D printing and vinyl cutting. And to my surprise, it gave me a pretty good result. So I was pretty satisfied with this result. Um, and so we could see it here. Now, I did decide to go ahead and simplify it a little bit more. So this was our initial result, and you could see I said I would like to remove the white outline around the end in the middle, and I would also like to remove the musical notes on the orange stripes at the top and bottom. So I wanted to remove these musical notes. And if we look at it now, you could see that there is no white outline around the letter N, and our musical notes have been removed, but we're still in keeping with the crux of the original design. But this result is going to be much easier to 3D print than what we started with. Now, obviously, the musical notes are important, and we're going to add those back in, but I wanted to start with this first. So then I was asking it, I said I would like to isolate the musical notes on the orange stripes and also the musical notes going across the center white ribbon. I would like to isolate those from the rest of the logo. And so this is what it gave me. So this isn't exactly, obviously, what I was wanting. So I had to clarify myself a little bit more. Yes, this looks good, but I need the musical notes only. So I don't need the white ribbon or the orange stripes, just the musical notes themselves. And then it gave me this. So then I asked for the horizontal black lines to be removed. And then it finally gave me that. So this we can use. We're going to go ahead and just select this, and we'll right click and we'll copy our image, and then we'll come into Inkscape here. We'll start a new document. And we'll right click and paste that. Okay, so there's our musical notes. Now let's go back in to chat here and go back and grab our other image up here. This one right here. So this is our next image. And we're just going to go ahead and right click and copy that. And then we will go ahead and go into our vectorizer AI tool. So this is vectorizer.ai. And for those of you who don't know, it's $10 a month. And it's really a very useful tool. It's definitely worth the $10 in my opinion. So we're going to go ahead and paste this into place. So I just hit Control V, and it will. The thing I like about this particular vectorizer is just a one button click. Like there's no settings to it. You just literally click a button, and this is what you get. So if you don't like the result, well, there's not much fiddling. There's not much fiddling to do. So but it usually gives us a very usable result. So we'll go ahead and download this. And then we'll go ahead and save it to our desktop, and we'll just call it EL Starter. So I'm going to give you in the files, of course, I'll give you all of the files that we create and the original file if you just want to try and convert this. But the idea here is we're working on this particular logo, but the process is the same with any logo that you're working with. It's just a very methodical, step by step. You see these logo conversions when we do these live classes over and over and over again, and you'll notice that the steps are exactly identical for each logo that we do, more or less. So here we are back in our document, and we'll import that SVG that we just created with the vectorizer. So it is our EL starter. So this is our beginning image right here. If we go into outline mode, you can see those are all of our lines that make up our image. So now everything is grouped together. So we're going to right click and ungroup. And you can see there's still a bunch of groups here. So we're just going to right click on one of these groups, doesn't matter which one, and ungroup until we don't have any more groups. So you can see now we just have a bunch of pieces, and that's where we want to begin our process. So to start with, we'll select our big white shape and go ahead and delete that because we don't need that. And then we could start, and what I do, of course, you guys, if you've taken previous classes, you've seen me do this, is I start selecting pieces that I know that we're going to keep. So for example, our black circle here in the background is just a black circle. So we're going to go ahead and turn that off. And we could go ahead and name these things. So we just double click on our layer. This will be our backplate. And then what? Then we have an orange circle. Okay. And depending on exactly how we're going to 3D print this, we may want to do more work to this, but for right now, let's just go ahead and we'll just do orange backplate. And we'll turn that off. So what's next? So next would be our black circle. Okay. So we'll go ahead and do that. And I'll just name that black backplate. And we'll turn that off. So now you can see kind of what we've got left here. So we start up here on this little black piece, and we shift click our white piece, Control minus, and that of course is path and difference. And then we just work our way all the way over. So select this piece, shift select the A, Control minus, the O, Control minus, the R, Control minus, and that's it. That's it for that. Okay. So then what we'll do is we're in our selection tool. So that's this first little pointer tool right here. It's the S key on our keyboard. So if we're in our node tool or a rectangle tool or ellipse tool and we want to get back to our selection tool, we just hit S. And then if I'm in my selection tool and I hold down my Alt key, I can just come right here, right? Draw that red line, and anything that red line touches becomes selected. So you can see that here. So then we can either hit Control K or we can do Control plus, either one. In this scenario, we'll get the job done. So we'll go ahead and hit Control plus. And that just takes all of that lettering and makes it one piece. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get down to the smallest number of pieces before we get into Bamboo. So we'll double click here and we'll just call it East Lake. And we'll just turn that off. All right, so now let's do our musical notes. So same thing here. We'll take our black piece, shift click the note, Control minus, black piece, shift Control, I hit Control plus. I didn't mean to do that. Control minus, and we'll do the same thing over here. All right, so now we have our two musical notes. So we can go ahead and select this one, shift select this one, and we go ahead and hit Control plus, and then we could just give it a name. So we'll go ahead and give it musical notes and turn that off. And then we have our stripes, our white stripes here, and you can see that each one of these is an individual piece. So what we're going to do is we're just going to swipe through, and we're going to have to add that one. Okay, and it looks like we have to add this one. And watch what we're doing here. These little keyboard shortcuts, if you know these little keyboard shortcuts and how to utilize these things, it will make your design process a little bit quicker. So we know that the Alt key, right? So we're in our selection tool. We know that the Alt key, as we swipe through, will allow us to pick up anything that red line touches. But we didn't get this piece here, okay? So if we want to add that piece, we do Shift and then Alt, and then we can add to that selection, okay? And conversely, if we wanted to get rid of something, we could just Shift click and get rid of it. Or we can also just Shift click and add. We don't actually have to swipe through it. But over here, so we've got all these pieces selected over here, but over here, we want multiple pieces, and we don't want to have to click, 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 click. So that's where the Shift and Alt come into play, where we can do both. And just swipe through here and swipe through here. And now everything is selected on both sides. And we can verify that. Sometimes I will verify this to make sure when I'm doing a complicated selection like that, sometimes to verify that we have everything selected we want to have selected, we could just give it a different color. So, and then visually we could see that, yes, I have what I want selected. Now, there's actually a piece here that got selected because it's attached, but that's fine. So we can go ahead and we'll go ahead and hit Control plus to combine all those together. And then we can go ahead and make that back to white again. And we'll just call this white stripes. Okay, now the other pieces, So if I turn that off, we can add our other white stripes to those same white stripes. So let's go ahead and do that. And this time we'll just use our shift key. So I selected one, shift key, shift key, shift key, shift key, and then shift key, shift key. Then up here, shift click, shift click, shift click, shift click, shift click, shift click. Okay, so now we've added all those to the selection, and we could give them a different color just to verify. Oh, you can see we missed a few. So let's go back in and add those. So I'm going to shift click that one. And it looks like I didn't mean to select that one. That one's supposed to be orange. What do we do down here? Guess we're just got to add these back in. Okay, now let's give them a different color entirely. So now let's stand back and make sure we've got what we wanted. And yes, now I'm happy with those. And so I'm going to add to the existing white stripes. Even though those are turned off, we're going to go ahead and control click white stripes here and add to it. Okay, and then hit Control plus. And then we'll go ahead and change that to white. And so now when we turn off that path, we'll have to give it a new name. So that's a little bit more of a complicated selection, but you know it is definitely an important tool to understand how to make those complicated selections and then how to merge all those pieces into one piece. So now up here we've got this piece. So let's change its fill color back to where it should be. So we click on our fill and stroke tab and click on our little eyedropper and just sample a color. And so now everything is back to the color that we wanted it to be. So now we can go ahead and select all of our orange stripes. So we can use our Alt key with our selection tool, and we could just come in here. Now, if we were real careful, we could just come in here like this, and that will swipe through all of them. And we'll use our little trick of changing the color. And so yes, all of them changed color, so that's good. Something strange is happening here. You see that? Not exactly sure what that is. But for now, we're going to go ahead and run with it. So let's go ahead and hit Control plus. And you see, we lost those. Now, why did we lose those? Remember I said something strange is happening there? So we have to investigate that. And I suspect we'll just move this piece out of our way. You see those pieces? When we use that vectorize or AI tool, sometimes it will leave these little weird remnants behind like it did here. So we'll have to tackle this a little bit different. So we're going to just select our first piece, shift select, shift select, shift select, and then we'll come down here and we're just going to go fill by fill and selecting all these pieces. So all I'm doing is holding my shift key down while I select those. Then we'll do Control plus. And now we have just our orange stripes. And then we'll turn that off, and that will leave all of the junk behind, which we don't need any of this junk. So we could just use our Alt key, delete. Alt key, delete. Come down here, Alt key, whoops, I grabbed that letter, but Alt key, delete. Alt key, delete. Delete. So got rid of all of our junk. So that takes care of that. Okay. Now, our stars, we can go ahead and grab our two stars and Control plus, and we'll give those a name. Turn it off. And then we have our big star. So we'll go ahead and call that big star. And turn that off. And then we have all of our little bits of our star here. So we'll just select all of those, Control plus, and we'll call it little star bits, whatever you want to name it. And then we have our N. So we'll go ahead and turn that off. And then I'm not really sure what this is. That's one piece, but Control plus. So we selected all those pieces. Now they're all one, and we'll call it white details. I think that's supposed to be a microphone, maybe. And I don't know what that really is. We'll just call it orange detail. And we can leave that on. And then same thing with our text that we did up top. Control minus. We just got to cut a hole in all of our white. Control minus. And this is the vectorizer AI thing. So any text like this, we always have to cut out our center pieces here like this. Control minus. All right. So now we use our Alt key and swipe through this text like so. And you can be as crazy as you want to be. All of our text is selected. Control plus. And then we'll just call it Rangers. So now we've kind of broken down that image, and now that we have nothing left, you could see in our layer detail, everything is named. So if there was anything that randomly said path or something like that, we would have to address it. But in this case, that's it. So let's go ahead and turn all this back on. So we do that by selecting one piece, shift select down here. That selects everything in between, and we can click on any one of these eyeballs to turn everything on. So there we go. Now we're back to our original logo. So now let's go ahead and bring up our original design so you could see this. So here's the original design. You can see it was quite busy, but we want to add in some musical notes here, some musical notes on the white ribbon, and some musical notes there. So we have our musical notes over here. So there's our musical notes. So let's go ahead and right click and trace those. So we'll hit trace bitmap, and we go ahead and hit apply. And so now we have some musical notes to work with. And then we're going to go ahead and hit path and break apart. And these right here, we have to combine those back together. So path and combine. And same thing over here, path and combine. So, but now each one of these are individual notes. So then we can go in and position them wherever we want to. So I think what we'll do is we'll take these and we're going to go to object and we're going to raise those to the top so that when I place them over our logo here, and then we just have to scale them to kind of fit the logo. So we'll put one there, maybe make it just a little bit smaller, like so. And then we'll move this one over here, and we'll scale it down as well. All right, so, and looks like the original logo had one more. So we'll go ahead and just duplicate this one.
Kevin, I have a question. So this vector file, when you finish, can you use it for anything else? I know you're getting ready for 3D, but can it be used for other programs?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons, and I'm glad you brought that up, because that's one of the reasons. So we see all the time in these forums, these 3D printing forums, people will say, oh, well, you can use the image to keychain. Okay, and yes, you could, but in this example, you really couldn't use
Right.
image to keychain on the original image, but you could use image to keychain on the simplified one, but you're missing a big point, and that is you wouldn't have an SVG file with image to keychain. You'd have a 3D model, but not the original SVG file. So when we're talking about branding and things like that, yes, this SVG file, once we've got it created, we could convert this into an embroidery file. We can use this SVG file to make stickers, T-shirts, hats. You know, so we, that's why we take the time to make the SVG file to begin with.
So when this one finishes, it's gonna be SVG or it's gonna be SVG?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep. So when we save files in Inkscape, by default, they're saved in the SVG file format. So, so now we have our musical notes. They're up top the way we want them. So then we will add a couple to the bottom here.
Thank you.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And then let's see here. We'll add one more over here. All right. And then we'll add just a couple in the little white stripe area. So maybe so we'll add that one there. Add one there. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate that one. Just hit Control D, move it over here. And maybe we'll duplicate it one more time. Just slide one right there. And we'll just call it a day right there. Go ahead, delete that. So I'm pretty satisfied with our result. Now, it looks like we maybe moved a couple of pieces that we didn't intend to. So let's see if we can't, maybe we moved the black. So let's try and center the black. As you see, it's a little off center here. So we'll center the black up to the orange. So we'll hit our black here and then shift click our orange. And then we'll come to our alignment tools. And we want to make sure that last selected is selected in this list. But then we will horizontal and vertical and see, yeah, that got it back on track. So yes, everything is now perfectly centered. We have all of our elements of our design, so we are good to go. So now we'll go ahead and hit File and Save As. And you'll see we're saving it as a SVG. And so we're going to call this East Lake Final. So that has all of our elements. And now we can go into Bamboo. Now, we did add a lot of musical notes here. And so you could see all of those musical notes. That's what all of these paths are all of our musical notes. So let's go ahead and select that one on the bottom, shift select this one on the top, and let's give it a different color. So you could see, yes, that is just all of our musical notes. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and hit Control Plus, and we'll call that musical notes. Now, one point to make about this, if we were to do this in Tinkercad, for example, we would have to, so we could be, everything I just showed you, we could do just equally in Silhouette Studio. But if we were to take this and we want to create our 3D model into Tinkercad, we would have to go in Silhouette Studio and we would have to export each an individual piece to an SVG that we could then import each individual piece into Tinkercad to create our 3D model. And so when I was learning to create 3D models, I immediately could see that's crazy. That's crazy that we have to do that. It doesn't make any sense to me because I went to school for architecture, but as soon as I graduated college, I went into creating computer software for architects. So I didn't really necessarily use my college degree in architecture. I never went to school for computer programming, but I just kind of taught myself. But so when I look at it from a software perspective, I'm like, why in the world do we still have to, why can't we just import an SVG? The whole world runs on SVG when we're talking about the creative world. So it's like, why can't we just import an SVG and go? Why do we have to do it piece by piece by piece? Like, I feel like that should be fixed by now. So that was one of my deal breakers for Tinkercad. It's like, no, that's craziness. But for those who haven't seen it, if you're really insistent on using Tinkercad, we do have a tool here in Inkscape that will simplify your life. Because to export each individual piece as an SVG, that is a process that takes time to do that. And it's multiple steps in Silhouette to do that. But that's one of the other reasons I like using Inkscape, because we can make it do all kinds of things if we have the knowledge to do it. So if you haven't seen this before and you're using Tinkercad, you may want to use Inkscape at least to do this part of the puzzle for you. So if we go to extensions and we come down here to the STL 3D warehouse, we have a function called Path Exporter. And we can click this button here, and what we'll do is we'll create a new folder to export our SVGs to. So we'll just call it Eastlake. And so I programmed Inkscape to just automatically export all of these pieces for us. So we've defined where we want our pieces to be exported to, and we'll hit apply. And then Inkscape will create each one of our individual SVG files for us. So you can see, there we go. All of our SVG files are now created. So now, if I go to my desktop here, and there's our Eastlake folder. There are all of my individual SVG files, and everything's named. So you see, it says Rangers, Stripes, whatever we named it in Inkscape, everything's named. So when we go to import those into Tinkercad to create our 3D model, you know what it is we're importing. But of course, we don't have to do that. And I just don't think a lot of people understand that everything that we do in Tinkercad, I shouldn't use the word everything because that's not true. Most everything that we use Tinkercad for, we could do right here in Bamboo. And so there's really no purpose to do it in Tinkercad if we can do it right here in Bamboo. Now, one thing we didn't do is we didn't size this to our finished size. And I said it was going to be 4 inches. So 4 inches is 100 millimeters, roughly. There's 25.4 millimeters to an inch. So we'll go ahead and we're here in Bamboo, and we'll import this image. And we're going to use our Eastlake Vinyl SVG. And We'll go ahead and resize this to 100 here. And this is where we begin creating our 3D model. So what I always recommend you guys do, for those who may be new here tonight, is start with that SVG. So we just started with East Lake Final. Okay, and I really encourage you to start with that SVG when you get your class files and bring it into Bamboo and do what we're about to do here in Bamboo, which is creating our 3D model, and get that part of the puzzle nailed down and really understand this part. Imagine yourself, if you're a Tinkercad user, imagine yourself in Tinkercad. We exported all the SVGs from Silhouette. We've imported each individual SVG into Tinkercad. Now we're ready to create our 3D model. That's where we're at. But in Bamboo, we can just import one SVG and we're good to go. Okay. So here on the Objects tab, you can see these are all of our pieces here. And for this particular project, we're going to be creating like a little plate for our stackable letters. So we have to think about how thick we want that plate to be. And I would probably make it 4 millimeters thick. So our first piece, this first piece here, and we can name these pieces as we go through, but this first piece is our backplate. Okay, now something to keep in mind here in Bamboo is the order of our objects here in this object list. The order of them is exactly backwards to Inkscape. So we'll come back here into Inkscape. So you see here, this is the bottom piece, but in Bamboo, it's the first piece. So when we're going to name our parts in Bamboo, we're going to go up the layer stack. So the next pieces are orange, the next pieces are black, and so on. Okay, so if you ever get lost when we're coming over here to name our parts, that's how you get back on track, is go back to Inkscape, see what the next piece is in Inkscape, and then we know what's going on over here. So we could just go ahead and name this orange. This one will do black. And when we select it, sometimes we could see what's what pretty easily too. So we'll just call this East Lake Text. And so this is what I usually will do, is I'll go through and figure out all of this part of it. So we see this right here. So we know that's our white stripes. So we'll go ahead and we just click one time on our layer, and that will allow us to change the name. So we'll just go, that's our mic. And then our Rangers text. And that is our big star. And those are our orange stripes. And then our orange bits. And that is our N. Stars. And that is orange. Little detail there. All right, so so you see here, we have that piece and this piece and this piece and this piece. I'm just going to control click. So I'm just control clicking here. Those are all of our notes. Now, apparently, when I save this file, this SVG, I hadn't already merged these together. So it's not a big deal, but I wish I would have done that first. So here's what we're going to do. Because it's still pretty easy to do it. We're going to go ahead and right click on our assembly, and we're going to split this down to the objects. Okay. So now we split all that down to objects, and now we can take all of our musical notes. So we're going to select this one, come down the list and shift select the last one, and that will select everything in between. And now we can merge those together, make those one piece. So let's go ahead and do our mesh boolean and union those together. I don't usually like to do this inside Bamboo, but in this case, we're not that deep in where that was a pretty simple task to do. So this last piece here is our musical notes. So that's usually how I do it. I import the SVG. I then go through my objects list and I rename all of my objects. Then we have to make sure that we have all of the colors for this design up here, which we don't have all of them. We are using black, white, orange. So we'll make that orange. What else are we using? I think that's everything. Black, white, and orange. Yes, I believe that is everything. So now everything is currently orange. So now we can go back through and figure out what's going to be what here. So that's the next process, color. So our back plate here is going to start out black, and then we have an orange back plate, and then we have a black back plate. And then our East Lake text, that's white. So we just hit the corresponding color, filament color. Our white stripes, of course, is number 3. Our musical notes, those are white. That's 3. Our mic is white. That's 3. Our Rangers text, 3. Our big star, that's going to be orange. The orange stripes are going to be orange. And then our orange bits will be orange. Our N is orange. The little stars are orange. The little orange detail and the musical notes are going to be black. All right. So now we have everything colored and we have everything named. So now all we have to do, I say all we have to do, is get everything stacked properly. And this is the part that's always a little bit challenging when you first start out. So to begin with, our back plate is going to be 4 millimeters thick. That's just what I chose. So we're going to go to our scale tool and we're going to turn off uniform scale, and we're going to make that 4 millimeters thick. 3 or 4 millimeters. For this purpose, that's going to work pretty good. Okay, so there you go. Now, the orange back plate, we'll make that 2 millimeters thick. Orange is one of those that is a little bit semi-transparent. So if we only made it 1 millimeter thick, it would probably see through to the black a little bit. So that's why I usually always make the parts 2 millimeters thick. But this is the part that's going to be a little bit challenging to understand, and it's really a personal preference. But what I want to do is set the height of my orange, and I'm going to go to the Move tool and put it at 4 millimeters. Now, none of these are part of an assembly, so I can't actually do that. So let's go put all this back into an assembly. So we shift select everything. And if you look here in our list, only our back plate is selected. So let's go ahead and we'll just come over here to our objects and shift click. So now everything is selected. When we shift click over here, it's supposed to select everything, but it doesn't always do it. And you can see it's not doing it in this case. So now everything is selected. So we're going to right click and put everything back into an assembly. So we merge all that together. Now the orange, now we can go ahead and set that to a height of 4. Now, let me explain what's really happening here. So you have this is the part that's a little bit challenging. And I think even in Tinkercad, if you're using Tinkercad, it's a little bit challenging. But so what we're wanting to do here, the orange is 2 millimeters thick. And it's 2 millimeters thick because we don't want to see the black beyond. But I only want the orange to stick above the black 1 millimeter, which is going to leave us 1 millimeter stuck into the black. Now, because orange is not sitting on top of black, we're going to have more color changes. But it's not going to be too significant for this particular example. We are going to have a few more color changes because on these layers down here, we're going to have black and orange on the same layer. But I really don't like, I like the 3D effect, but for me personally, I don't like 2 millimeter steps. To me, it's too high. So I like to have a maximum, usually a maximum step of just 1 millimeter. Total personal preference. So you do whatever you want to do. But when we come to our black, we're going to do the same kind of thing. So we're going to go with 2 millimeters. This is just how I do it. You don't have to do it this way, but this is how I do it. So black. So if we want to really truly understand how the 3D model is built, we have to do a little bit of mathematics. So we know that the back plate is 4, and then the orange is only sticking above this back plate 1 millimeter. So that's 5. And we want this black piece that we're about to move to stick 1 millimeter above this orange. So that would be 6. Okay. So if we do that, we just make that 6. Now you see what I'm talking about here. But look, because remember this right here, we set that at 4. Okay. And then when we use 6, now we have a 2 millimeter step, which is what I don't want. So I want this black to sit at 1 millimeter down, 5. So now the black is going to be into our orange a little bit, but that's okay. That's how I want it to be. So 4, and then we have 1, 1. Okay. So the top of this black is now what? Well, it's 6. And we can verify this. Sometimes it's important to understand exactly where that face exists. So to double check this, we can alt-click on the black circle and then alt-click on our black plate and then go to scale. And you see, it's 6. So that tells us that that face is at 6. And this is important because we're going to build on top of this face other pieces, okay? So I realize that this part it can be a little bit confusing, but I'm going to show you alternate ways of putting parts together so you don't have to do math if you don't care to do the math. So we'll just kind of move on from here. So our eSlate text. In fact, I'm going to select all of the rest of our bits. Select them all. So remember, we just select one, come down, shift select the last one, and let's set them all to 2 millimeters thick. I don't know for sure if that's how we're going to do it, but we can do it all at one time. So now everything is 2 millimeters thick. And if everything is the same thickness, we can also change the Z height all at once. Okay. So if we change the Z height to 7, boom. Now you can kind of see what we got going on. But let's change the Z height to 6. And what that will do is that will embed all of these pieces in just a little bit. So now we kind of have most of our design done. Let's double check our thickness. Yes, that's 2. Okay, so there we go. So our Z height's 6. So now you can kind of see what we've got going on there, right? So that looks pretty good. Now we can make decisions if we want to make some changes. Now you'll notice here too, our musical notes are at level with our stripes. Let's just go ahead and slice this just so you can see this. So you can see our musical notes are shining through, right? Even though they were all on the same plane. Now, you can't really see it necessarily in this slice, but when we're talking about thin details like this, we got real thin details. This is going to look better if this was sitting on top than if it was completely flush like it is. So that's just something to kind of keep in mind when we're making a design. But everything else looks good. But I would move these musical notes on top. So we can go back to our prepare tab here. And they don't necessarily have to be on top by much, just so that they're on top. So we can go to our move tool, and for example, we could just go to 6.25. And if we look here, these will only be sitting proud of the white 1/4 of a millimeter. So so you can make it, however you want to, and that's probably how I would do it. The only other thing I might want to do is on our outline here. So we can alt click that just for fun. We will go ahead and make it 3. And also on our letter N, I would go ahead and make that stand proud, make that 3 as well. Yeah, that's being real nitpicky, but I just think the extra little depth there, that extra little step, that's something we learned in architecture. When you look at buildings, you'll see lots of little setbacks, what they call setbacks and details, because those little setbacks, add some visual appeal to it. And the other thing we might want to do is the main outline here is make that deeper. So instead of 2, maybe make it 4. Oh, yes. So this goes back to something else that I failed to mention is I would like this orange border. We could still do it in bamboo, but I would like this orange border to be thicker. So I did want it to be 4 millimeters. But because of the way we created our model, we can't make it 4 millimeters, because if we make it 4 millimeters, you see what happens, right? Because this is a solid disc. So that becomes problematic. So let's go back into our model and kind of explain what we're talking about here. So this circle is solid, okay? And so I didn't want it to be solid. I want this to be bigger than everything else. So what I could do is take my black circle and shift click my orange one and just hit Control minus. And let's go ahead and give that another orange color. So now this circle is not solid. It is that, okay? So what we can do is we can turn everything else off. So we'll just turn everything else off, and we just have our orange circle now. And then let's go ahead and save this. So we'll hit File, Save As. And we'll just call it orange circle. Save. So now we can go back into bamboo, and we'll just go ahead and delete this because we don't need it. Okay. And then let's go ahead and import our orange circle SVG. Okay. Now we will either center this to the plate. So we'll right click and center it. And then let's just double check that our main assembly is centered as well. So right click and center it, and it is centered. So we're good to go there. So then on this, we want to make it 4 millimeters thick, I believe. Let's try that. Okay, so now that's 4 millimeters thick, and I want to move it up. So right now it's sitting on the build plate, but I want to move it up. So that is our orange circle. So I'm going to move it up to what on the Z height? Let's go ahead and move it. Let's go ahead and move it to 4. We can't because it's not part of the assembly. So let's make it part of the assembly. So we have our orange circle and shift control the assembly, right click and merge. And now we can move that up in the Z. So let's go ahead and move it to 4. And let's look at what 4 gives us. Let's alt click on it here. So what's happening here is we have 2 millimeters on top of our black, and then we have 2 millimeters into our black. And that's not exactly what we want. So we want to move that, instead of 4, we want to move it to 5. And that does us 2 things. Now we only have 1 millimeter into black, but you see, we have that raised. And that's a setback of 1 millimeter. And that's what we wanted. So we're just being a little extra there. But ultimately, I think it will make for a better end product. So now this is finally complete. So there's a little bit of work involved to get it all perfect, but we got there. So let's go ahead and save this. And we'll call it East Lake Vinyl. Go ahead, and Tina has a question. You got a question, Tina? Nope.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully you can hear me through my meta glasses because I'm trying to multitask right now.
Sure.
So how do I know if it's embedded inside of the design versus it's just gonna fall off? I mean, in the letters.
Okay.
I had that happen or something because you know when you get your printer, you want to test. So the letters didn't stay; they fell off. I was like, "What did I do wrong?" So I want you to show me.
Okay. Well, that's a good point. That's a good point to make. Depending on the design that you're working with, I like to embed everything a little bit into the previous color. Sometimes I'm doing it like in the case of the white, right? White is one of those colors that is also a bit semi-transparent. So if we only were to print that 1 millimeter thick, we would probably see the black beyond. But the other reason that we might want to embed something like in the musical notes here, that line right there on this musical note is really thin. So if that was sitting on top of these stripes completely, that would be a easy failure point because there's not a lot of surface area for this black to stick to the orange. But when it's embedded like this, right, now you've got all this orange surrounding it. So you see that shadow. This is only sitting proud 1/4 of a millimeter, which is very, very tiny. You know, 1/4 of a millimeter is hardly anything. But one thing I guess I didn't show you, and I really should, because all we did was talk about math, using the math. So let's just say, for example, I'm going to move these musical notes up, and hopefully this will answer your question. So we just can move these, all these pieces, an arbitrary amount. So we got a question. I'll come back to you here just a second about bleeding. So we're going to move this up just an arbitrary amount, and I don't know where these. I know where I want them to sit, which is on the black, but I don't know how much to move those so they would sit on black. And so we can utilize our assembly tool, and we can click on black. So if you're a Tinkercad user, what we're doing when we're using the face-to-face assembly tool is we're setting the work plane, right? So this face becomes our work plane, and then we're going to select the bottom face, what we want to sit on top of our work plane, and then we're just going to zero this value out. And then our musical notes are sitting. We know that the bottom of our musical note is sitting perfectly flush on the black. Now, we don't want it to sit this proud, right? We want that to be embedded a little bit. So then, once we know that that is sitting on black like it's supposed to, then we can alt-click this and we can move it down. Now, we know this musical note is 2 millimeters thick, and we want to move it down 1 millimeter. So we go to our Move tool, and it's currently at 7. So we would just change it to 6. And now we know that we're embedded into our black the 1 millimeter that we wanted. Okay. So that's how we know all of our pieces are in the right configuration. So when we use math, we could miscalculate. But when we use the assembly tool, then we know exactly the piece is exactly where we want it to be. I've done so many designs that the math just is like automatic, right? I just remember all the numbers. So so it's a little bit easier when you do, the more designs you do, the more you'll remember what the values should be. But let's slice this again, because I did want to take a peek at how many color changes we have in this design. So the whole design is going to take us 2 hours to print. And you can see we have 26 color changes. And honestly, we've got 3 different colors. It's a pretty big design. Height-wise, it's about 7 millimeters total thickness here. So 26 color changes, that's not terrible, in my opinion. And for what this is, it's not too bad. Now, we look here. You see our musical notes. We have a little bit of a problem, don't we? So all of our musical notes, we're losing some detail. Now these, not so much, but yeah, a little bit of detail. So how do we fix that? Well, let's take a look at that. That's our next step here. So let's go back down to our musical notes. Let's see if just changing the height can help us at all. So instead of 6, let's do 6.5. So we'll raise them up a little bit and reslice. We may have to whip out my secret tool. So yes, we still have all of those details. Now I will tell you this. If it looks bad in your slicer, it will definitely look bad in your printer. You know how many people I say, oh, it didn't look very good in the slice preview, but I just went ahead and sent it anyhow. Nope. If it doesn't look good here, it's definitely not going to look good when you print it out. So what do we got to do to fix that? Well, we don't know if we can fix it, but we can try something. So let's go over here to our Prepare tab. And this is the magic trick for small little details like this. So we'll go over to our global. And first of all, we're using our draft generic profile. So let's change that to our non-generic, to our 0.20. That's kind of our standard print profile there. But down here, under the quality tab, we're going to change the outer wall to 0.25. We're going to change the inner wall to 0.25. And I print with these settings on everything, because I think it gives the best finished result. 0.25. So we're going to stop there and see what it looks like. So those 3 values to 0.25, that is the smallest detail that we can get out of a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. We can't go any smaller. That should fix most of our issue, though. And you see here, all of our musical notes, all that detail came back. So everything looks good. So that is the secret sauce right there. Outer wall, inner wall, and top surface, all three of those for every print you do, 0.25. That's my suggestion. But try it out. And I think you'll see that the top surface of your prints will just be a little bit nicer looking, but especially when we're printing really fine detail like this, that will really help us out. Now let's go back and see if, because we raised our musical notes. So now let's go back and put our musical notes back to where they were at 6.25 and see if they still look any different. So let's go ahead and, so it did not, let's see here. So we'll go ahead and reslice our plate. Even though we changed the height of our musical notes, it didn't give us the option to reslice it. So now we'll go back and change it back to 2.5, and we'll reslice it again. But the details should still remain, even though we lowered our musical notes a little bit. So yes, you see all the details still there. So we're good to go. And if it looks like this in our slicer and our printer is functioning the way it should be functioning, then our printer should give us the same result. So we should be good to go. Now, the only other thing that sometimes when we're dealing with small details, so back here, again, it's the outer wall, inner wall, and top surface, all to 0.25. Down here, we may sometimes, on our wall generator, sometimes it'll look better with classic, and sometimes it'll look better with Arachne. So those would be two other things to change. And then in regards to small details, when we change a value globally, it changes everything. If I click over here on objects, I can then just highlight one object. So in this case, the musical notes. So whatever I do now in terms of any of these settings is only going to affect our musical notes. So for example, sometimes when you're dealing with small details like our musical notes here, if we go to our strength tab and set our wall loops to 1, sometimes that will give us better results. But we don't want to set wall loops to 1 and have it affect the entire design, just on the musical notes only. So just be careful when you're assigning values, that if you want to do globally on every element of the design or just one piece of the design. So that's what the objects tab is for, to apply those elements just to one piece. All right, so any questions on what we've covered so far before we move on to our next design?
Great job. Great job.
So we'll go ahead and save this again, and then we'll start fresh. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to apply, we're going to go through it a little bit quicker this time though, is we're going to apply everything that we just learned to a new design, and you'll see that it's basically the same process. So let's go back over here. So let me show you this design that was sent in. It was not a good design. Or I said not the design, the design wasn't bad, it's the quality of the image was not a good one. It's a very tiny image. So you can see it's very pixelated, not very good quality. So, but this is the design they want. And so what we did is we'll take a look at some previous chats here. So we'll start off. So we start off with the poor quality design and said, I'd like you to clean up this image and remove the black background and have just a solid white background. So then it gave us this result. So it did a pretty good job, removed our black background and cleaned up everything. You could see here there's different colors of blue in the design here and there. So then I said, well, this is a good start. I would like you to remove all the black from the image and then make all of the blue just one solid color blue. So then it gave me this. And so it basically did what I asked it to do, removed the black. And now we just have all one solid color blue. And then now I'd just like you to convert the image to a black and white image. And so this was the final end result here. So that's what we're going to start with here. So we're going to right click and copy our image. And then we'll go back into Inkscape. We'll start a new document. And we will paste it. And then we will go ahead and right click on it and trace it to a bitmap and apply. And so then we get that. I'm going to go ahead and import, just drag and drop from my desktop into Inkscape here. This is the original image that we started with, just so we can kind of see where we're at here. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to break this image apart, but I want to talk a little bit about an important detail here. Our black. I don't know if the final result, if they wanted the black part of the panther black or not, but that's what I'm going to go with. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is let's change the blue outline to match this blue outline. So we're going to go to our fill and we'll choose our eyedropper and select that blue color. So now this blue matches this. We're going to change our all-star cheer text here in a minute, but that's where we're at so far. And I'm going to assume that they do want the black bits of the panther actually to be black. So you see here under the paw that there's this big blue area here. And in our design, we don't have that, okay? But we can put that back in. So we might just draw that out ourselves. So you see here, we've got this little area right here, and then we just got to connect these toenails over. So if we come over here, and we're just going to kind of make this up. So what we need to do is we need to close this area off. So see that right there? So, but over here, you see how we have that opening? So all we need to do is close that off. So we're just going to grab our pen tool, and we're just going to close this off. That's it. We just drew a line, okay? And then we're going to shift click to give it a color. Now, we don't want it this thick. So under fill and stroke, let's make it a little bit thinner. So let's do something like, I don't know, let's do 0.5. All right. And then we can fine tune where this point is. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to kind of just go like that. Okay. Now, this is just a stroke. And so if we look here in outline mode, you can see it is purely a stroke, right? So in Inkscape, there's a tool to convert the stroke into an actual path. So we'll come up here and we'll go to path and stroke to path. So now that width of that stroke has now become a path or a shape. When we do that, it automatically creates a group, which I really hate, but that's just what Inkscape does. So we right click and ungroup, and then this path, the original path that we started with, delete. Okay, so now we're left with that. And all we have to do is take this, shift click our blue, Control plus. And so now we've closed that off. Now you may wonder, like, what in the world is going on here? Well, we're going to get there. Trust me. There's a payoff here. I just want to show you just in this area what we need to do to bring back. Remember, what we're trying to do is bring back this blue area of our paw. And also, we're creating little areas that are eventually going to become black. And when we get there, you'll be like, oh, okay, that makes sense now. So what do we have here? We have this little area that we need to close off. And then we have this little area to close off and this one, okay? So go back to our pen tool, which is our B key on our keyboard, and we're just going to click like so, and then right click. And then we'll hit N for our node tool, and then we could just bend this. We can bend it either way, you know, whatever way you think it needs to go, you can make it up. In this case, it's not going to be that big of a deal either way. So we're just going to go with that right there. And then we're going to go back to our pen tool again. And we'll just do something like that. We're just closing this off. That's all we're trying to do here. So we can go back to our node tool, and then we can bend that little segment there. We can bend that little segment there. Now we've closed that off. And then we've got one more to close off over here. So same thing. Pen tool, there's a B key on our keyboard, and we're just going to connect those two. Okay, and then back to our node tool, we can fine tune exactly how that connects right there. And if we want to finesse that one a little bit, we can. It's not really that important. And then we can bend this up or down. I might bend it down a little bit. So just like before, we want to, let's go into outline mode so we can see this, but we want to go to path and stroke to path. Now you see in that case, for whatever reason, it's a mystery to me, it did not, it just converted it, but it did not have that center path left behind. And I don't know why, but we'll shift click and Control plus, and now you can see we cut that off, right? And so do the same thing with these other two. So same thing. So we're going to go to path and stroke to path and shift click, Control plus. Cuts it off. Okay. Now you see this little piece right here. If you don't want that piece, just come in here, select those nodes, boop, delete. And we got these control handles that we can fine tune and manipulate that however we want to manipulate it. Last one here, path, stroke to path. Okay, and then shift click, Control plus. So that's it. So now let's go back and look at what we created. So now we cut all those parts. We kind of closed all that in. Okay. And we have a couple more pieces to do. So if we look at our panther here, this is now all black. This is black. So over here, how do we get that? So you see these openings right here? We need those to be closed. So all of those openings we need to be closed. That one we need to close, this one, and this one. And then we'll have it, okay? Now this, we're going to do a little bit differently. So we're going to grab our pen tool just like we did before, but we're going to click. And it really doesn't matter where we click. We just need to close that gap right there. So let's show you how we're going to do it this way. So we're going to click, and we're going to click over here, click down here, click here, and come back to here again. So you see we created that weird shape, and then all we're going to do is shift click our shape here and Control plus, and that unions that together. But see how we close that off? And that's what we need to do with each one of these sections. So grab our pen tool. We're going to click here, here, and back here. Okay. And then same thing, shift click, Control plus, we closed it off. And same thing with our next piece. So we're just going to click, and click, and click, and click. There, back to our beginning, and close it off. Control plus. Okay. We got one more. So back to our pen tool. And Control plus. So now we've closed all those gaps. Now, none of this makes sense. I realize probably none of this makes sense at the moment, but here's the payoff. So now that we've closed all of our gaps and we've really studied this design, now we can start bringing this all to life. So what we're going to do is we're going to do path and break apart. And now I realize we created a bit of a mess, but we're going to take this big solid piece and we're going to go to Object, lower to the bottom. Let's give it a different color. What do we want to do? Let's do a bright green. Okay, so now we've done a bright green. And now what we have to do is look at this as kind of a reference and look at this and see exactly what we want to do here. Well, the first thing I think I want to tackle is the all-star chair, because that's going to be separate anyhow. So to do this, we're just going to, so we're in our selection tool and we're going to hold our Alt key down. And remember, I said anywhere that this red line touches is going to get selected. So you see how I'm like scribbling through all of those pieces of all-star cheer? And then we're going to hit Control K. That's combine. So it's the same as if we went up here to path and combine. You see that keyboard shortcut, it says Control K. So now that's all one piece. So that is going to be green. Okay. Well, for right now, let's just turn that off so we don't have to look at it. So now you see the R. If I move the R piece, you could see it's solid and we don't want it solid. So we'll select that piece, shift select, Control minus. So we have that back. And then we need to do the same thing here. Control minus and same thing here. Control minus. Okay. So now our Panthers text is the way we want it. Now, let's look at this more closely. This piece of the black, we want to cut out. So let's do that. So we select this piece, shift select the green, Control minus. But these two pieces are part of the Panther. Okay. So we don't want to cut those out because again, we're going to assume that they do want the black part of the Panther black. All right. So we're going to leave that alone. Now, all of our fingernails and our teeth and our nose and our eye, right, our fingernails, those are nails, but they're for his paw. So we're going to make those white. So we select one and shift select, make them white. Okay. And we're just going to keep going here. So shift select the nails. And then this one. And we're going to go ahead and hit Control plus to put those all into one piece. And then we'll change the color and then we'll just call this nails. Okay. So that's his nails. Okay. Now what? So that's all white bits, but now we got to find his teeth and his nose. Let's start there. Where is his teeth and nose? Well, I can't tell. So let's go into outline mode. And now I can see his teeth. So there's that tooth and shift click that one, shift click this one, shift click this one. We know all of those are white, so we can go ahead and hit Control plus, change it to white, and then we'll give it teeth. And then let's just move those to the top. So go into Object, raise to the top, and now they're at the very top. But now we've dealt with those, so let's go ahead and get rid of them. Okay, and then also our nails, let's go ahead and turn that off as well. So that takes care of that. And then his nose, that should be white. So let's go ahead and double click and change the layer name of his nose. And let's move that to the top. Object, raise to top, and then turn it off. And then finally, his eye parts. So maybe we'll do that part of his eye and make it white. And this will be his eye. Now the interior part of his eye, we're going to cut out. So we'll select both of those parts. And then when we're cutting, we're going to do Control K. Okay, and then let's go ahead and do Object and raise to the top. So let's see what we've actually got going on here. So see, that's what his eye looks like there. Okay, so, and you can see it's that hole we cut out. All right, so let's turn that off. So everything that is left, we have to either, it's going to be black or blue. And these parts of the paw, right, that's going to remain blue. So let's just maybe change this blue paw and just turn that off for the time being. All right. And so now all of this is, I believe, going to be black. Let me look at it again here. Make sure this part is not going to be black. So let's see where that is. That's this piece right here. Let's just turn that off for a moment. We'll deal with that in a second. But now let's step back and take a look at everything. So yes, I think we're good to go. I just want to look at this real quick and make sure I'm thinking correctly. But I think we are good to merge all of that. So you see there's a bunch of pieces here. So let's go ahead and select everything that is left in blue. And all of that becomes black. So we're going to go ahead and we'll go ahead and hit Control K here. And then we're going to change that to black. And then we're going to take our green and we're going to go back here to our fill. So we're on fill and stroke here, but we want to click on the fill tab and then grab our eyedropper to reset our blue. Okay. So now you can see what we've got going on here. So let's bring back our other pieces now. So we're going to bring back his eye. So there's his eye. He's looking good. And then his nose. And then his teeth. And then what is that piece? Okay, so this piece right here is his blue. Let me make sure I'm right here. Is that the black? Let's just toggle that off if we're not sure. Okay, that's our black panther. Okay, so that is the black of the panther, that one. But this one is the blue of his mouth. Okay, so let's go ahead and raise that to the top just so we can see it. And then we'll deal with it here. So see, that's the blue of his mouth. So see what we had here? All right, so what we need to do is we don't need this piece, at least not the way it is. What we're going to do is take this piece and shift click the black of our panther and cut a hole, Control minus. So now you see how we cut a hole. And so now you can see the teeth, because the back plate is this blue here. So that's why we didn't need that piece the way it was. All right, so let's see, let's keep going here. Our blue paw, we don't need, I don't believe. Let's take a look here at, aha, so we have our white bits here. Let's leave that off for the time being, and let's go ahead and turn on our nails. So now you could see, so yeah, I don't think we need the blue paw. So we could just go ahead and delete that. Because now we have our nails and we have that blue pad like we have over here. So that's good. And then what's this? Is that our cheer text? Okay, so then we'll go back to cheer. All right, so there we go. So now, and then this piece, this is our blue background, I guess you could call it. So our blue background, and then our cheer text, and then the nails, the black of the panther, the teeth, the nose, and the eye. So very, very, very simplified. So now what we have to do is create a backplate for this. So to do that, we're just gonna select our whole design here and group it together. So we can right click and group it together, or we could use our keyboard shortcut of Control G, or we can come over here and hover over one of these pieces and right click and group it that way too. So lots of different ways to group things together. We're going to duplicate the group. So right click here on the group and duplicate, or we could use our keyboard shortcut of Control D to duplicate. And now we're going to give this a different color. We'll do white on the underlying group. And then we'll come over here to Path Effects and give this an outline. Now, I don't know how much, but I usually start off with either 6 or 8 and go from there. So we'll do 6, see what that looks like. Okay, not terrible, but let's just make it a pinch bigger. Let's do 8. Okay, I lied. I like 6 better. So we'll do 6, okay? So there's 6. So now we're going to come here to Path and Object to Path. Anytime we do an outline effect like this, once we're satisfied with it, we have to convert it to a path. Now we'll go back here to Layers and Objects, and you see we still have our group. So we're going to right click on the group and ungroup. And you see we have lots of pieces of our group. So we're going to go to Path and Union. Now we just have one piece, but we have all these areas, right? We have all these little blank areas inside our design, and we don't want those. So we have to get rid of those. So to do that, we go to Path and Break Apart. So you see all those white areas, or those blank areas have now all turned white. So now we're going to go to Path and Union. And that leaves us one solid backplate, which is what we needed. Now there's a little weird anomaly here on the blue. So let's go ahead and right click and ungroup. Let's get rid of that. I don't like that. So just grab your node tool, just double click, and you could select those nodes and just hit your delete key and get rid of them. And then we'll turn this line segment into a straight line. And then now because we had that weird little piece, now we have to get rid of it here too. Same thing. Done. Now we'll just kind of inspect this, and everything looks good. Now, I don't really like this. See this sharp corner here? I'm not in love with that. And we also have one here I'm not in love with. So we will use our corner tool to get rid of that. So it's just a little extra. So we're going to come over here to path effects again and corners. And all we have to do is double click here. And you see that little dot right there? They exist at every node. Okay. And so all we have to do is grab that little dot and drag it. And see, that allows us to round that off. And so we'll do it over here too. So click here. See, there it is right there. Just click it, drag it, and round that off however much you like. It's a minor little detail, but I think I like that better. Now, once we double click it again, we can give it more roundness if we want to. Now, once we're satisfied with that, right, we do have to go to path in object to path again. So anytime we add that path effect option, we got to convert it back to a path. And that's it. Now this is ready to be converted into a 3D model. So let's save it first of all. So we'll go to our desktop and we'll call it Panther Final. And we'll hit save. And then let's go ahead and resize it while we're in here. So we'll resize it to what here? So I think we said that the size of this is going to be, for this one, let's make it 80 millimeters wide. That's about 71 millimeters tall. So this is about 3 inches in height. So again, they were going to use this as like a little add-on medallion for the letter stackers. So this is probably a pretty good size, a pretty good finished size. So let's go ahead and save that. And we'll go into Bamboo here. And we'll import our design, which is Panther Final. So there it is. So remember from the previous one we did, we started by naming all of our objects here. So this is going to be our backplate. And then that is going to be our blue backer. And then this is going to be our cheer text. Our nails. And that is our black panther bits, I believe. And then that is our teeth. And then this is our nose. And that is our eye. Okay. So what do we need? We need black, we need white, and we need some kind of blue, but not that blue. Let's go with this blue. All right. So now we can go in and we've got black and white. Yes. So our Black Panther here is going to be color number 2. Our backplate is going to be color number 3. It's just going to be white. And then our blue backer is going to be color 7. Our cheer text, yes, we need a green. We need like a lime green. So we'll go ahead and make it color 8. And then our nails are going to be white, so that's color 3. Our teeth is going to be white, that's color 3. Nose and eye, color 3. All right. So let's go ahead and make everything 2 millimeters. So we're going to start with our blue backer all the way down, shift click, and then go to our scale, 2. Okay, so all that is now 2 millimeters thick. Our back plate, we're going to make 4 millimeters thick. And if we go to the move tool, its Z height should be 2, so it's sitting on the bill plate. And then all of these, the blue backer and everything else, let's go ahead and move that up to 4. So we'll start there. Everything is going to be a z height of 4. Now, the blue backer, we're going to leave just as it is, but everything else, and also the cheer, by the way, but everything else needs to move up even higher. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's move everything else up to 5. I believe this is right. So we'll move everything else up to 5. So we just increased it by 1 millimeter. And then now our nails here, our nails, our nose, let's see here, our eye, our teeth, those actually have to get moved down to 4. So let's do that. So the teeth, the nose, and the eyes, and the nails have to be moved down to 4. Okay. Well, actually, let's look here. No? Maybe those have to be... So the nails and the teeth and the eyes, I guess those all have to be 5. So let's put that back to 5, because I want those to sit up 1 millimeter with our black. Okay, yes. So that's fine. So then, do we have anything else that we got to deal with? I don't guess we do. I thought we had more pieces, but I guess not. That's it. That's all we got. So yes, all of our white bits, all of this is on one plane. So I'm happy with that. We can just leave it as is. Now, if we wanted to, and this probably would look good if we took the time to do it, is the P. You see how the P like is just all on one plane? This would definitely look better if the P was sitting higher. And then the same thing with our S. You see how our S is kind of all on one plane? It would actually look better, I think, if all of this was raised up. And all of it, every bit of it, was raised up higher than the rest of it. And I think we have the time to do it. And I think it would be valuable for you to see how we would do it, to make this little change. I say it's a little change. It is a little change, but it is going to take a little bit of work on our part. So let me just show you how we would do it. We'll kind of make an alternate version of this, just so you can see how this would work. So we'll go back here. We've done the hard work already. We're going to go ahead and we're just going to copy and paste this. So this is just going to be an alternate version. So let's turn that off, first of all. And I tell you what, let's do. Let's just go ahead and create a new layer and put all of this stuff, right click on it and choose move to layer 2. And then we'll just turn that layer, that entire layer off. And we're just going to deal with this right here. So everywhere there's a connection on Panthers, I want to get rid of it. Okay. And I'm just going to try, I'm going to sit here and think about how I can do this, where it's going to make some sense to you. All right, let's just roll with it here. We're just gonna dive in here and see if we can make some sense of this. So what I did is I took my my Black Panther part and I duplicated it. Control D. Then I'm going to cut our blue piece here. So watch how this works. So we're going to take this, shift click our blue, and hit Control minus. We saw nothing happen, but trust me, it did happen. Let's turn off Black Panther for a moment. And you see we got this, right? This is what we got. So what I want to do now is I want to cut. I want to cut this here. I want to cut this here. Cut, 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 cut. I need to extract that P from everything else. Okay. So it's really simple to do. So we're going to grab our pen tool and we're just going to click here, just like that. Okay. Don't worry about the fill color. We can get rid of the fill. If you don't want this that thick, if that bothers you, you can come over here to stroke style and make it thinner. So maybe like 0.2 or something. So you can make that part of it thinner. But everywhere there's a connection there, we need to cut. So I'm going to hold my shift key down and click and click and click. And by holding the shift key down, when you make that first point right here, it will add to what's already there. And this will just make the process later on easier. So shift click here, 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 here. We need to cut right here, shift click. Okay, so that piece is cut, and then we need to cut here. And here. Okay, so that's it. And all those are now one piece because I held my shift key down as I made those additional pieces. All right. So, and the reason that we want those all one piece is we can only have one cutter per cut. So now we only have one cutter because we combined all those into one. So now we're going to cut the P. So to do this, we have our magenta line selected, and then we're going to shift click on the P here. And what we're going to do is we're going to come up now. Normally we would use our keyboard shortcut, which is Control// for this. But if we go to path and we come down to division, that's what we're doing. We're dividing. So you see here it says cut bottom path into pieces. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to cut that into pieces. So let's go ahead and do it. Division. Boom. Now, you can't really see this probably because this is all still one piece, which is going to be a little bit confusing here. But if we go into outline mode, everywhere we cut, there is a line there. Okay. So we're going to just keep going but at the end, we're going to go ahead and we're going to break this all apart again. So you'll see this here in a moment when we get done here. So the next thing I want to do is where the P is overlapping the A, I want to cut that. So same thing, grab our pen tool, which is the B key on our keyboard. And we're going to click, 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 right click. And then we'll hit our selection tool, which is S, shift select the blue, and Control//. And remember that is division. Okay, now we've seen something happen here. The interior of our P has now all turned solid. We're not going to worry about that just yet. We're going to keep going here. And you see, we need to cut the N. And right here too. I want all this to be separated. So this is just an exercise. You'll see all this come into play when we actually create, go back in and create the model. But let's go ahead and cut it. For me, when I'm doing this work, like for real, this is kind of like automatic. Like this is like this, you know, because I've done it so much. So I don't really even think about it. You know, it happens pretty quickly. So there you see, there's our line there. It did not take over here because I did something I shouldn't have. So I used the wrong keyboard shortcut. And Control//. Now you see we have a line there. So, all right. And we don't have a line here, up here. So we got to add those. So we've got to cut that away. So click, 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 and click, right click, shift click, to add to it. And then shift click here. Oh, that one we already have. We already have that one. So now we can just select, shift click, control /. And now you'll see we have our cut lines there. Okay. We have a cut line there. Where else do we need to cut? Maybe cut that little piece right there. And yes. So now when we look, we have a little cut line there. Perfect. All right. And so now all we have left is our letter S here. Now this part, we have to just kind of sort of guess how this S might actually go. So what we're going to do here, this is where we have to use our little bit of creative freedom here. So we're going to cut right here. And then I'm going to shift click and do the same thing over here. Okay, so now we've added those two. And I think, let's see here. Let's go ahead and cut those. Yep, I think we're going to go ahead and do it. So let's do that. Control /. And so now you see we have a cut line there and we have a cut line there. And then we're just going to kind of imagine this to come around. That part we're just going to have to add in here. So how are we going to do that where it makes sense? Well, let's see here. Let's go ahead and let's break it right here. So this is where we have to really kind of know a little bit more about Inkscape, because this part here we have to do a little bit more trickery, I guess. So we're going to break this node right here. The keyboard shortcut for that is Shift B to break a node. But we can come up here, and this button right here is break path at the selected node. Okay, so what this does is, you see, those two are now broken apart. Okay, and so usually what I'll do is I'll just pull it back just a little bit. Just pull that back a little bit there like that. And then we can add to this letter S. That's what we're doing. Okay, so to do this, we're just going to select that and grab our pen tool, and we're just going to click, and we could just kind of sort of click randomly for right now. And we're going to come around. And this is where it's cut already. So we're just going to just like that. For right now, that will work. Okay. So now we've kind of done all of the work that we needed to do. But if I select this, you can see it's all of this is still connected, and I need it not to be connected. So we're going to go to path and break it apart. And now we can kind of see the fruits of our labor. So we should be able to anyhow. So when I grab my P, no, we still don't have it broken apart here. So let's go back in here and look and see what's going on. We got some of it, but not all of it. So we could see here, that looks like it's cut, but this one's not. Let's see, where else do we have it? Our R here is still connected. What's going on here? Well, I'm not sure. Let's see here. What's going on? Let's go back in and add these in. That one's already there, so I don't think I need to add that one. That one's there. So I'll just go back in and re-add these the way I think they need to be. We'll go ahead and break that too while we're here. Break that. That's good. That's good. That one's already there. Our R. I don't think we did our R previously. That could have been part of our problem. So now the R is broken, the S is broken, there and there. So I think that should be okay. All right, let's try that. So now we can try breaking this again. And Control /. So all of those connectors that we had, looks like all that's good. But it's all still one. No, actually, our S is still there, but everything else is broken apart. So that's good. So you see there, that part of it is good. So let's just see now what we can do here as far as putting all this back together again. So let's go ahead and turn this off. This might help us a little bit. We'll turn that off. And let's go ahead and turn that off for the time being. And we'll turn all of that off. And this off. And that off. So now we're just kind of going to work with this for right now. So this is a separate piece. So we can go ahead and turn that off now. And what about this piece? That is not part of our text anymore. So we could turn that off. So now we can deal with our R. That's easy. Just connect these two parts together, which is Control K. And then you could see here where we just kind of created straight line segments. So we can delete these nodes. And you can see it kind of automatically rounds that for us. So that part's taken care of. So we go ahead and get rid of that. And then the T is separate, so we can get rid of that. Now, what's happening here with our N? So let's look at this. So you see that is happening right there. So what we're going to do is this piece. What do we need to do here to make that work? Let's go back, take a look at that. Let's give it a different color. So what we need to do is double click here. And all of this interior part we need to get rid of. So I double clicked on my blue and I'm just going to get rid of this. And hopefully this will make more sense. Now if I move this, you see it's now solid. And so now I can take this piece and I can punch the hole that I need to punch. It's Control minus. Okay. So that's what we've got going on. So if I need my N to be separated from my A, which I do want, I go back into my pen tool and let's just go ahead and edit that out. And do the same thing up here. Shift key. Okay. And then we'll take this and Control /. And now the N is now been separated. So this piece is now a separate piece. Okay. So now we kind of have to do the same thing right here to our letter A. So we'll select that, grab our pen tool, click, 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 and we'll cut our A off our P. So shift click, Control /. And now the A has been separated, but I need to take the inside of our A, shift click the outside, and Control K. And now the A is taken care of. So what do we got left here? This piece here is already separated. So we can go ahead and get rid of that piece. And then we need to separate this little piece. So let's do that with our pen tool. I knew we were going to get there. We kind of took a long road around, but we got there. Control /. And now this piece is now separate as well. So now we just have our P. But what is our P really consist of? So it consists of this piece here and this piece here. This is one solid piece. So we're just going to connect those two. Control K. All right. So our all-star cheer, that's just one piece. Excellent. So now you can see we've got quite a mess going on here. So let's go ahead and turn everything on and see if we can make some sense of what we just did. So we'll select any one of these eyeballs, turn everything on. Visually, everything looks the same as it did. But what we did accomplish, now we still have to deal with our letter S. I kind of forgot about that. We still have to deal with that. But you see this right here, this little white area? We need to deal with that. So I want to see, let's turn off our black so you can see this maybe a little bit better. Yes. So how are we going to do that? Just got to think here for a second how best to handle this. So these pieces here have to be black because that's part of our panther. So let's see here. This piece and this piece and this piece. Let's see. How are we going to do this? Let's turn that off for a moment. This will be easier to select these pieces. I got you. All right. So all of that has to be black. So let's go ahead and give it black, and then let's move it to the top. Object, raise to the top. And we're just going to turn that off for a moment. Our nails are still our nails, so we're good to go there. I don't know what that piece is supposed to be. So, all right. Let's turn everything back on so I can see what is what here. Okay, so that piece is part of our black, and then this piece is part of our black as well. So these two pieces are going to be black, so Control K. And what just happened there? Oh, we combined. That's what happened. We didn't need to combine, not Control K, Control plus. There we go. So now we can turn off the black. Well, let's go ahead and turn off the nose, the teeth, and the eye, and our nails. We can go ahead and turn all that off. Now let's look at this. All right. So now I have to figure out what we're going to do next, but we still have to deal with our S. We haven't dealt with our S yet. So I'm going to go ahead and take our text here, which is our panther text. And I'm going to, the A, the N, the T, the H, the E, the R, I'm going to combine that all into one, Control K, and we'll call this panther. And then this piece here was going to be our panther P. I'm going to leave that separate for a reason. I have an idea of what we might want to do with that later. So we're just going to go ahead and turn those pieces off. Let's see, what did I just turn off? Okay, I didn't mean to have our S connected there. So let's go ahead and break that apart because I did not want my S as part of this. So we'll go and combine that, 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 and that. Let's go back. So we have all of this selected, and then we're going to grab our H and our N, combine that, and then the inside of our A and the outside of our A and our N. Okay, so now we have ANTHER as one piece. Now, how do we get that again? What is going on here? So let's break it apart again. I don't understand what's happening here. Let's turn that piece off so we can't select it. Maybe that's the thing to do, and turn this piece off. So we can't select that. So now we'll just swipe through here and select all those pieces. Control K. I just want, yes. So sometimes turning things off is easier to get where we need to get to. So now this piece, oh, okay, I see what's happening. Our H, for some reason, is part of the rest of this, and we don't want that. So let's go ahead and we'll just choose path and break apart here. And now our H, it's barely connected. That's what the problem is. Okay, well, I didn't see that. So we'll just go ahead and cut that away. That's what our problem was all along. So now, yes, now the H is separated. So now we can get rid of that. So now we still have to deal with our letter S though over here. And I'm not quite sure exactly what we're going to do here. So we need our Black Panther turned on because I need to see where the S is in relationship to this. So I'm going to do this. I am going to, sometimes I have to just sit back and think about how this is all going to work. Let's turn on our nails too. So see, that's where our nail is. So our S is going to come up and around and back down. That's my idea anyhow. So let's see how this works. All right, so first things first, I'm going to cut this right here. I'm going to try to cut it anyhow. So let's go ahead and do Control/. And so now you can see it's all still connected there. But what we're going to do here is right here, we're going to break this node right here. So looks like we kind of already have that. So let's do this. Let's try to break it apart here and see what happens. I see what we got going on here. Let's do this. Let's break it right there. So we're going to break that path right there and see if that S has now been separated from the rest of it. So path and break apart. So our S has not been separated. You can see that. So we're good there, but we need to break something up here. I'll tell you what, let's not do that. Let's break it right here. It'll be an easier break. So path and break apart. And then we'll break the whole thing apart. Actually, we broke the path apart there, but no, we want the, did we do path and break apart or we did node? We want to break the node right there. Let's look. Yes. So now this lower half of the S, when we break the whole path, should come apart. Ta-da! Success. All right, let's turn that off for a moment. And then let's just take a look at all this, because we got a little bit of work to do here. Let's go ahead and turn off our nails. And all we have to do, I say all we have to do, is you see all of this kind of blank area here? That needs to all be solid. So remember before when we closed off all these sections? We need to do that again. So we're just going to grab our pen tool and close all these sections off. Just like that. So we have this piece, and then just hit Control plus. And then we can fine tune, if we want to come in here with our node tool and just, round that off a little bit, we can do that. Back to our pen tool. Go ahead and cut this off like so. And shift select, Control plus. Okay, now obviously I don't like that, so we'll just delete that. And again, we can come in here with our node tool and just give that a little bit of rounding or whatever. You probably won't really even see it in the final piece, so I don't think it really matters. We're just going to close all these little sections off. I think that's the quickest way to get where we need to be. And then over here, same thing. This I'm going to move up a little bit and then close it off. All right, so there we go. So what we need to do now is just break this all apart. So path and break apart. Now it didn't break apart. Why? Aha. We got to combine all that together. Now is it all one? More or less. All these interior pieces that might still be floating around. I don't think we actually, oh, there was one there that we didn't connect. So this we didn't weld either, apparently. This piece right here. So let's weld that together. Yes, okay. Close enough. So that we'll just select everything and we'll hit path and break apart. Whoa, what's happening here? What are these pieces? Apparently, that did not get welded together either. And this piece is not welded to this piece. There we go. Now do we got everything welded together? No. What's happening over here? Something weird's happening right there. So let's just go ahead and fix it. And we can fix it by just creating another piece and welding it. Control plus. See? Now I think we got it. So let's go back, path, and break apart. That's what we're looking for. We needed one solid piece, Control plus. Okay, so now we're kind of back to where we were. Let's go ahead and turn everything on and see if in fact we got our light. So that is our white piece. And then we'll turn all this on. So visually, everything is the same as what we had previously. But now these pieces are now separate. Oh, we did not actually finish our S piece, now that I think about it. So let's go ahead. I forgot about that. But that's fine. So this S piece is now separate. So no worries. So what we can do now is let's go ahead. Let's turn this off so we can don't have to be bothered by that. Okay, so now what we have to do is we have to finish our S piece to be the way we want it to be. So we'll double click here, grab our pen tool, and we'll start here. And I'm just gonna kind of pretend I know where I want this to be. And we'll just create little short line segments here. And so now, if we look at this and pull this away, you see we've created that top loop of our S, but we did it in a very segmented, kind of haphazard way. So I want to just delete some of these nodes to kind of smooth it out a little bit. Same thing here, we'll delete, and then we'll delete this one. Maybe I'll delete this one. And then we can just use our control handles here to smooth all this out, okay? I'll add a node on either side. We'll delete that one in the middle. And so now I go back. We'll go back and turn on those other pieces that we turned off. So now our S, let's give it a different color just so we can see it. So that's kind of what our S is going to look like now, which isn't terrible, but let's delete that a little bit. All right. And then our P, let's go ahead and change it just so we could see that too. So that's how that's going to look. All right. And then our N, now all of this we can give that same color, I guess. And our H is separate. So let's go ahead and connect our H to the rest of our text. So as Control plus, and then we can go ahead and connect our ANTHER to our S and our P. And there we go. So now that's what we have. So yes, a little bit of extra work, but let's go ahead and hit Final Save As, and then we'll see the payoff. And then you could decide, hey, do I want to go through all that extra work? Maybe not. But to me, it'll make a big difference. So we're going to do number 2. All right, so there we go. So let's go back into Bamboo now, and we'll add a secondary build plate, and we'll bring in our secondary SVG here. So number 2, where is number 2? Right there. All right. So that's what we got going on. So for our back plate here is going to be white. I'm not going to bother naming all of our pieces this time because I think I pretty much know what's what. It's pretty simple, self-explanatory. This one's going to be blue. And that is also going to be blue. And then our chair text is going to be green. And then what is that? That's our nails. So that'll be 3. That's going to be black, our Black Panther. And that is going to be white, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I think that's our teeth, maybe. That's our nose. And then that is our eye. So our back plate is going to be 4mm thick. I think is what we did. And then everything else is going to be 2mm thick. And then we're going to set the Z height to everything at 5, which is good. And then our black text, or our Black Panther, I guess we're going to set it at 6. And then let's take a look at this again. Oh no, our blue, let me back up here. So we were going to put everything at 4. So everything starts off at 4. And then the black part of the panther, that has to be 5.
On that way, they'll be here at 6:40.
All right. So that looks like we got it all correct, except for our nails and our teeth. So these white pieces, we'll set those at 5.
Kevin, could you remove the cheer cheer team? I guess could this be used for Carolina Panthers? Since it's almost the same?
Sure. Yeah, we can do that quick.
Okay.
I'll show you how to do that.
I would
Easy
say
enough.
like a badge reel. Is that big enough or is that too big? What would it be used for?
This
Mm-hmm.
this is going to be a medallion for a for the stacking letters.
Oh,
So
gotcha. Yes.
so this one
Yes.
here is like 4 inches. So this
Okay.
one's kind of big, but yeah, it could be shrunk down too.
Okay.
So are you ready for the payoff?
Yes.
we did all that work with the text and it looks exactly the same. So anyhow, we take our text piece, right? So we connected all that together and we did all that work just to make this deeper. So instead of 2, let's do 5. Let's be more dramatic. And then we're going to have to go a little bit deeper yet because, and I had toyed with the idea of the P. You see, I really want this P to sit proud of either one of 2 things. I either want it to sit proud of the black, which I guess technically it is. Okay, maybe it's okay the way it is. But we can also just move it up a little bit because you can see a lot of this is buried in the white. So what we could do here is not make it so thick. So we could just make it 4 thick and then change the Z height to 5. And so we still have some embedded in the white, but then you could see the P is standing proud of the black, which is what we were after. And then over here on the S, you could see it is proud of everything over here as well. And so, and then the letter N, you know, it's also above it as well. So that was kind of the whole idea is to have it lift up above everything else, just to give it a little extra dimension. So that's why we took all that extra time to make those edits. But if you just want a plain Jane generic panther, that's easy enough to do. So we'll come back over here into Inkscape. We'll create a new layer and we'll duplicate this. And then we'll move it to that new layer. And then we'll turn off this one. And then we can just deal with the duplicate one. So what we want to do is we want to ditch the all-star cheer. And then we want to just come in here and all of these nodes that made up that outline of the cheer, we're going to ditch. So what we're going to do is we're going to come in here and alt click and just come right through here, delete. Okay, now we want to manipulate this, what's left here, to kind of go with the flow with this. So for example, we can just click on this node and you get this control handle here. And we can, I guess we can use that. But you could just come in here and manipulate this path a little bit here with your node tool. And see how when I move this, this moves behind it, which can be annoying. So we'll undo that, and we have that node selected, and let's just turn it into a corner node. And what that does is when we move this side, you see that side did not move at all. So we can manipulate it that way. And then we can, if you feel like you don't have enough control, just add another node. And that will give you extra control. But we kind of have a similar situation here where we're moving this and then it's moving that behind it, which we don't want. So we'll go ahead and turn it into a corner node. And then when we move this, then we're just moving that. So maybe now that we have more control, we can just delete that and just work on these two control handles here. But you would just change that however you want to. You can pull this in, pull this out, but you kind of see how that, or if you wanted to, you could just delete the whole thing and just add a new outline, right? And then you wouldn't even have to monkey with it. So that's an option too. But what we'll do here is we'll hit File and Save As to the desktop. And we'll call this Final 3. So I'll give you all these SVGs so you have them. So you can make shirts or stickers or use them however you want. But if we go back into Bamboo here, we'll create a new build plate. Control I. And we're going to open up Final 3 here. So back to the drawing board here. This is going to be white for the back plate and then blue. It's always easier the second, third, and fourth time around. Text is going to be blue. That's going to be white. That's going to be black. That's going to be white. White and white. So we will select everything but our back plate, make it all 2 millimeters thick. Our back plate is going to be 4 millimeters thick. And we'll select everything again and set everything at 4 in the Z. But the black has to be 5. And then all of our white parts here, those have to be 5 as well. And then this piece has to be 5 as well. And then this piece, we did 4 millimeters thick. And then we changed its Z height to, what we changed the Z height to? Like maybe 5 or 6? Nope, we must have did 5. So our blue is still proud where it needs to be proud, and everything else is sitting like it's supposed to, but now we don't have our all-star cheer. And see how quickly I did that? That's kind of where you want to get to when you're working in your slicer. You just want to be able to bing, 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 bing. So let's go ahead and slice it. If we didn't have our details correct, it would tell us, but in this case, it didn't give us any warnings. Now we're losing some of our eye detail, so we might want to look at that and see where we are on the global side of things here. Remember our outer wall should be 0.25. And then our inner wall should be 0.25. And then our top surface should be 0.25. And then when we slice it again, we should see our details the way we expect. But we did still lose a little bit of the detail in the eye, just a little bit. That little speck right there. But in the grand scheme of things, that's not too bad. Well, maybe we don't actually have, that's actually black. So I guess we didn't lose any detail in the eye. That little speck is black. So let's go ahead and save this. We'll call it Panther Final. We'll hit save. So we have, I think we have all the options now. The flat version, the raised text version, and now the plain version. So what time is it? 8:30. I don't know why I keep you guys so late all the time. So that's two of the projects that I wanted to show you. I wanted to show you one more. And then Joy had an idea for a project. And Joy, I think what I'll do is, because we won't have time for your project tonight, but I am happy that you submitted it. And I think it is an interesting little project. So what I'll do is I will make a pre-recorded video on that project and get it posted to YouTube for everybody.
Okay. Can I
So
stay on? I got to ask you a question about Inkscape. I can't get it off 3 screens. So I'll wait till after class.
Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and this next class, or on this next class, this next project, I think I will be able to blaze through quickly. But we'll see. It shouldn't be too hard though, because most of the work's done for us. We don't have to create an SVG or anything, but I don't know if she's here tonight, but I had somebody request this. So let's bring it in. So this is an SVG that I purchased on Etsy. And what they're looking to do is to create a piggy bank. Now, I don't know how big the piggy bank is supposed to be. Kind of forgot to ask her about that. But we'll just assume that she wants it about 6 inches tall. So that's what we're going to roll with. So again, this was an SVG that I purchased on Etsy. So, and it's actually a good one. Sometimes when we purchase SVGs on Etsy, they're not that great. But this one is not too bad. So we're going to change the height to 150 millimeters because that is 6 inches. Okay. So step 1 is complete. And then we'll right click in ungroup. And you can see it's only a couple of pieces. So that's kind of nice. So let's see what they gave us here. So if I just toggle that off, I can't really see what that is. So maybe the first thing to do is to touch that black outline and toggle that off. What's going on here? So let's toggle that off. All right. So this is, and we'll toggle that off. Okay, so that's her hair. So let's go ahead and name that and turn it off. And then this will be her skin. So let's go ahead and call it skin and turn that off. And then this will be her eyebrows. We'll turn that off. And then this will be her eyes. And we'll turn that off. No, nothing happened. Okay. Why? Why did nothing happen? Let's see here. Okay, that's her eyes. All right, we'll turn that off. So then what is this? This is nothing. That is nothing, apparently. Oh, no, that's probably the white part of her eyes. Be my guess. So we'll call it white eyes and turn that off. And then her lips. And then we'll turn that off. And what do we got left here? So that is blue. And then what is this? More blue. So let's go ahead and combine this. And that will be her blue shirt. And then we just have this little piece, which we may have to make it all blue. I don't know yet. But let's see what this is. So that is that. All right. And then what is this? Aha. That's what we need. We don't need this one. I don't think we need this one. Let's turn that off, because I don't think we need that one, but we'll see. So let's turn everything else on and see if it looks the way we expect it to look. And it does look the way we expect it to look. So let's turn that off. So yes, I've concluded we don't need that piece. So we're going to get rid of it. Delete. So this is our back plate. And then what is this? That's that little triangle. All right, now can we get by with just taking all of this and making it all the same blue? Let's see. I say yes. So, because we're gonna have to minimize the colors. I did not ask her how many colors she had in her AMS. So this could be problematic. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 colors potentially. Not a big deal. This will be still fairly easy to create, even though we have extra colors. So not too worried about that. Okay, so what do we need to do to make our piggy bank? Well, fortunately, it's pretty easy. We're going to take all the pieces except the back plate and turn them all off. Gone. All right, so now we just have our silhouette. And what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate the silhouette. And this is going to be the back plate. And then the duplicate, we're going to call that the front plate. All right. And then what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to offset this. Let's go ahead and duplicate it again. So now we have 2. And then on the duplicate, we're giving it a different color. And we're going to offset this. So we're going to offset this. Let's do 3 millimeters. But we're going to offset to the inside. So it's -3. And so now you can kind of see what we've created now. So we're going to take this. And remember we did earlier, we did path and object to path. And we're going to look for any kind of strangeness, such as this right here. We're going to delete that. These little spikes. Those are kind of strange. So we have another strange little spike right there. So we're just going to look at our offset here and see if there's any weird little spikes that we should have. This is a big spike that we can get rid of. So we'll get rid of that. We wouldn't necessarily have to, but we can get rid of that. We can leave that. That'll be fine. That little hook there. And then we'll get rid of this. We don't need those, so we can get rid of those. And then we have a couple down here, maybe. One there we can get rid of, and one there we can get rid of, maybe. All right, something like that. That looks fine. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this because we're going to need that later. So we'll just turn that off for now. But now we just have this piece. So this piece and our original back piece. So we'll select them both. So I select one, shift key the other, control minus. And that's supposed to cut us a hole, but it didn't. So let's undo that. It's a little strange. Maybe it did. Maybe it did cut us a hole, but our back plate was turned on and that should be off. So now let's do it again. Control minus. Yes, that's what the problem was. We were seeing the back plate. So then what we're going to do is just take this and let's just give it a different color. And we're going to go ahead and get rid of this little piece up here. It's going to be something like that. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and call this our sides. So we'll move that down here. And I'm just going to flip-flop these. So our back plate's going to come up here. And then, let's see here. What do I want to do here? I'm going to duplicate this and move it down to the bottom of the layer stack. And this is going to be our front plate here. So yeah, so that'll be our front plate, our sides, and then the rest of our pieces. So our sides we can turn off for the time being. And now we're back to this. So this was the duplicate that we offset for the sides. And so I'm just going to offset this by 0.1 of a millimeter. So you're really not going to see this be offset, but you'll see it here in a second. So we're going to go back to our offset. And this is the amount that we're going to enter. So it's negative 0.1. So it's just a tiny little offset, okay? Now, if we go back to our sides and turn our sides on, we can verify this. See that little bitty offset that we made? That's what we just did, okay? So now that we've done that, we're going to go to path and we're going to choose object to path. And we are going to look real quick on that tiny little offset we made to see if there's any weirdness. Sometimes when we offset, you'll see weirdness, but usually not when it's that minute of an offset. Usually it's when it's a bigger offset. So, so now we're just going to duplicate this again. And let's go ahead and give it a different color. And then we're going to offset this 2 millimeters. When we're creating flanges, which is what we're doing, generally my flanges are 2 millimeters. So we're going to do -2 because we're offsetting to the inside. And remember, I talked about weirdness, and we got a fair bit of weirdness. You see all these little things everywhere? Like, they're kind of everywhere. We got to clean that up. But it's not that big of a deal. But I wish we didn't have to do it. But the original SVG could have been, it had a lot of extra notes, and so it wasn't exactly perfect to begin with. So that's why we have these kind of weird artifacts. But it's not that big a deal, and it gives us a chance to hone our editing. So you can see here, So you can see all these extra nodes. That's what I was talking about. Had we cleaned that up a little bit before we offset again, then we wouldn't have gotten all this nonsense. So anyhow, we'll just delete all that. And we could just kind of manipulate that a little bit. And honestly, the inside is not even that relevant. It's the outside that matters because that's the part. So let's go back over here so you can see what I'm talking about. The outside is the part that has to fit inside the sides. So the inside doesn't really matter what the inside of our flange looks like. It's the outside that matters. So we don't have to stress on it too much here. So here we're going to do path and object to path, and then we can get rid of all this stuff that we don't need. So like all this stuff here, we can delete it. And if we want a straight line there, it's not going to hurt nothing. Delete it. But all this outside stuff, yes, we want to get rid of that. This right here doesn't matter. So we're not going to stress on that stuff. Just the outside we need to focus on. Now here, yes, we're going to clean that up. Because that does need to be cleaned up in order to match that. See here, we've got all that badness. I didn't really see all that when I was zoomed way out. So all this here, we can get rid of that too. So this stuff here, we can get rid of that. And that's still all going to fit inside perfectly. So we're not going to be too concerned about it. Same thing here. We can clean that up a little bit, but we wouldn't have to either. So it can be however it wants to be on the inside there. It's not really that important. It's the outside that's important. So you can see here, we've got, a bunch of notes. Clean that up. So then we'll go back to our red. We're good there. A little bit over here. We could delete that little spike. This really doesn't matter, but we can delete those. And then we can use our, but we do see a little bit of weirdness there that we should clean up. The rest of that's fine. Back to our red. Back to our pink. So there's probably some weirdness there we can get rid of. And then we'll switch back to our red. Get rid of all that. Get rid of this. Click on the pink. Get rid of that. Back to the red. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that. Making us work for it. But we're almost there. And I'm just going to delete all of those. And we'll delete all of those. Delete that one. And get rid of those. Get rid of all of those. And then we will adjust. So we need a little bit of white space there. And then we'll delete all of that. That's fine. Get rid of that little spike. These little spikes we can get rid of. Wouldn't have to, but we can go ahead and get rid of those. And then we'll delete all of this. And that. And that. Here we've got quite a bit of stuff, so we'll go ahead and delete all of that. Here we've got some craziness going on. We'll get rid of all of that. And we adjust that white space a little bit. And I'm just going to go ahead and delete that and make this a straight line. It'll just make that back piece fit a little bit better. Okay, so now back over here. I think we're just about done here. Let's take a look now. Good enough. Like I said, these spikes inside really don't matter too much what the inside looks like. It's a little ugly right here. We'll go ahead and fix that. All right, that's good enough for what we need. That'll be fine. So then we'll take the red, shift click the light pink, and we're going to do Control minus, and that becomes our flange. And I see this little hook here, and I think maybe I'll go ahead and get rid of this hook. It'll just make it easier for this to slide in. Okay. So there we go. So that takes care of that. And then our back plate here. Yes, so we'll move our back plate to the bottom. And then we have our front plate to our piggy bank. And then we have our flange. And then we have our sides, and then we have all the pieces of the piggy bank itself. So let's go ahead and turn everything on. So our back plate, our front plate, and then all the pieces of the piggy bank. And yes, all this is looking like I expect it to look. Excellent. So now we can go ahead and save this. And we're ready to go into Bamboo. All right. So let's go ahead. Here we are in Bamboo. Let's go ahead and import our artwork. So there's the Elsa bank. So just Control I to bring in our artwork here. And let's see, what do we need? We need black and white and blue. So we have all of that. We need, so we're going to do, instead of red, we're going to do some pink lips. We're going to put some pink lipstick on her. What else? We need yellow for her hair, which we have a version of yellow. Let's do, I don't know. Let's do that color yellow. What else do we need? We got the blue. We need a skin color and an eyebrow color. And then we should be good to go, I believe. So let's do a skin color. We'll call it that. And then we'll do, give get out of that, and we'll do an eyebrow color. Let's see. Let's go there. We might wind up making the eyebrows black anyhow to save on a color, but so we're going to start right there. So we're going to start in, I guess, I don't know. Do we want to name everything? I don't think we need to. So this first piece is going to be black. So, and this is our either our front or our back to our bank. So we're just going to skip that for now. The main thing I'm interested in is that's our flange, and that's our front plate, our back plate, and this is our sides. This is where I normally start, is the sides. So how thick do we want our bank to be? So let's go to our scale tool, and I think what we're going to do is we're going to do 67.5, and that 67.5 is roughly 2.5 inches thick. I don't know. Maybe we only need 2 inches. Let me look at 2 inches and see what that does for me. So 50 millimeters thick. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's do 2 inches. I think that'll be fine. So this side is going to be black. So we will hit 3 to make it black, or not 3, but 2. So the black, so our sides are black. So our front plate here is going to be 2 millimeters thick. And that on the Z height is going to be, so this is 50, our front plate is 2, so that Z height should be 49. And then what that does is it makes the front plate right at 50, okay? So that's the front plate. Let's go ahead and name it front. And then this is our flange. Now, flanges are 12. I always make my flanges 12. And that's going to have to sit and print on the build plate. So let's go ahead and move it. And so half of 12 is 6. And our flange is now sitting on the build plate. And then this is our flange. And so that makes this our back plate. And that should be 2 as well. And that's got a print on the build plate. So we'll move that to 1, position 1, half of 2. Okay, so that's taken care of. And then, let's see here. What do we got here? I'm not sure what that piece is. So let's move it up and see if we can get a better look at it and see. Okay, that's our sides. I thought we named our sides, but I guess we didn't. So let's go ahead and name that sides. I wish we had the ability to turn pieces off with the visibility. Maybe in a future version of Bamboo we will. In Crowdy Print, we actually have that ability to turn off pieces that we don't want to look at, but we don't have that here. So everything else on the back side here, everything else is going to be 2 millimeters thick. So I just selected everything else that remains, and let's set it at 2. And then for a Z height, we're going to set that at 50. Okay. And if we look here, now we can kind of see how our piggy bank is going to come together. See that there? So now we can just change colors. I think that's really the only step that's left here. So that is going to be blue. So that's color 7. And then that is our skin tone, which is color 4. And then what is that? Okay, that's our eyebrows, which is color 8. And then that is the white part of our eyes, which is color 3. And then that is our hair, which is color 5. And then lastly, our lips, which is color 6. Okay. So you can see here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 colors. Now it looks like, see how our lips are kind of conflicting with our skin color here? It's not a big deal because when we go to slice it, the slicer will work that out. So let's go ahead and slice it. It's probably going to tell us we need supports, but yes, so you see how that kind of worked itself out. Now I will go back in and change the outer wall to 0.25. So we'll go back to our prepare tab here. And the outer wall to 0.25. The inner wall to 0.25. And the top surface to 0.25. I pretty much do that on every print that I print. So we'll go ahead and reslice it. And yes, that looks pretty good. So we're almost there. So that's the gist of our piggy bank. But now we've got a couple things that we have left to do. We have to put in our slot for our money. We definitely got to be able to accept money. So let's do that real quick. So we're going to right click and add a primitive cube. And how big a cube? Well, usually what I do for piggy banks is on the, let's go to scale here. So usually what I do is, as far as the Z height goes, I make it 10. Actually, it doesn't need to be that big. Maybe even 8. And then for the X position here, I usually do 38. I don't know why I decided on that number necessarily. So 12 millimeters is a half an inch. So maybe, really honestly, maybe we can get by with 6 millimeters thick for our money slot. And I don't know, this is 38 is roughly 1.5 inches. So I think we'll just leave it at that. But you can obviously make your slot whatever you want it to be. So what I would do is select the assembly, right click and center it to the build plate, and then center my slot to the build plate too. And then we're going to go ahead and slide it out a little bit. And then we could decide, do we want it centered or do we want it, where do we want it in relationship to this? But we want to move it up. So in order to move this slot off our build plate, we have to shift control the assembly, right click and merge those two together. And then we can alt click this and put it at 25. And the reason we're putting it at 25 is because we made our bank 50 millimeters deep. And so that's midway. So do we want the slot there? That's center left to right, or do we want to push the slot over here to the right a little bit? I think we do. So I'll click the slot, go to the move tool, and just slide it over a little bit. Okay. Now, from here, we have a couple of choices. We could cut a hole in this. All right. So we could go ahead and cut the hole in here. But I don't really like to do that unless there's good reason to. So what we're going to do instead of cutting a hole, and I'll explain why we don't want to cut a hole here in just a second, but instead of being destructive, what we're going to do is we're going to alt click this, right click, and change it to a negative part. Okay. And so now when we slice it, watch what happens. Because it's a negative part, it's going to cut a hole in there for us where that slot interacts, with the other pieces around it. And I don't know if you could see this, but you see the hole? That's the money hole right there. Okay. So, but I prefer to do it this way. And the reason that I prefer to do it this way is because what if you want your money hole to be something different, right? We can very easily just alt click this and you can make it however big you want. So if you don't want it that wide, maybe you only want it 3 millimeters wide. Maybe you only want it to be an inch wide, whatever you want, then you can change that slot that's made to be whatever you want it to be. So it's not permanent. Thinking big picture, right? What else could we do with the artwork that we just created? And I'm going to go ahead and create it for you just so you can see it. But what if we wanted to turn this into a lamp? If we cut a hole in there, then we've got more work ahead for us to fix the hole if we want to make a lamp out of it. And so I figure this way, we can manipulate it however we want to in the future and still get our piggy bank today. Okay. So that is where we're at up to this point. Now we have to go back through and we have to think about how we're going to print this, because this, when we go to print it, this is going to cause us a problem. So, and this is something that's really important when we're designing, that we're thinking ahead as to how we're actually going to print this darn thing. So let's go ahead and I'll show you what we're going to do here. Let's go ahead and create a few build plates. So usually I always create 6. So what I like to do is not monkey with the first plate. We've built our model the way we need it to be built. We're going to leave that alone in case we ever want to come back to the original. We have an original copy. And then we're going to paste and maybe paste again. Okay. So now we've got a challenge here, right? Because we got to do something about this. We have 6 colors here. So that's going to be a problem. But what are we going to do on our first build plate? Well, on our first build plate, we're going to get rid of everything except our back plate and our flange. So let's do that. Let's select our assembly, come to the Objects tab. We need our flange, but we don't need the front or the sides or anything else. So we can just control click all this stuff, get rid of all of it. We don't need any of it. Goodbye. So now we just have this, okay? Now, what we have to do is we have to cut a hole in the back of this. So what we're going to do is just take our assembly, and I'm just going to stand it upright. I think this is easier if we stand it upright, okay? And now we're going to go ahead and cut in our hole. And so how do we do that? Well, we have a piggy bank cutter on our Patreon. So so if you go to our Patreon and you search the post and just type in piggy bank, you'll find the cutter. But I have it on my desktop, obviously. So Control I, go to my desktop and find our cutter. So there is our cutter right there. Okay. So this is what we get. We get this, and we get this, and we get this. We don't need this. Okay. But we do need this. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to rotate this up like so. All right. And then we have to decide where we want our cutter to be. All right. So we're going to take our cutter, Shift Control the assembly, right click and merge. And now we can move this cutter wherever we want to. So we just alt click on the cutter and just position it here wherever we want. Okay. And we can also rotate it. So it doesn't have to be in the upright position. So we can rotate this way if we want to. And I would probably put it down here somewhere. Okay. Now we can also change the Z height of it. So if I go to the move tool, we're currently at 22. Let's go to 25. And so you can see here how this is going to look. There's our flange, right? So we're going to clear the flange. We've got no other obstructions. So let's go ahead and just slide this over a little bit. That'll kind of center it. And obviously we want our plug to be towards the bottom of our bank where the money's going to be, right? So once we're satisfied with the position, top to bottom, left to right, now we can cut. So we select our assembly, go to our mesh boolean tool, go to subtraction, move everything over. We just need the cutter on this side. So we'll select our cutter and move it over. And now you see that's green. That's going to be the cut. Everything else that's to be cut is blue. Boom. So now we have it cut. So now we have our hole for the plug. Okay, so now let's lay it back down. And you could also, instead of using the rotate command, we could just do lay on face and click on that and drop it down that way too. Okay, so now we have our hole cut, and obviously this can be black. Okay, so there you go. Now this does require supports. Okay, so if we want to turn those on by object, then we can select it and go to supports and just turn those on. And we're just turning on supports for the plug only. But when we turn on supports, usually I will come down here to our top Z distance of 0.28. And then I will change my top interface layers to 4. That's it. Those are only 2 changes. All right. And that way the supports that are generated inside the plug here will come off super, super easy. So that takes care of that. Now let's talk about this problem. All right. It's not really a problem, but it's something that we have to understand what we're going to do here. So how are we going to print this? Well, we cannot print it the way it is. Well, I guess we could, but the problem is we have a giant cavity. First of all, on this assembly here, let's go back to our objects here. We don't need the flange, and we don't need the backplate, right? Because we printed the flange and the backplate over here. So we don't need those two. But so what we're left with is this big cavity. So if we were to print it this way, then we'd have to have a million pieces of support underneath this to hold all this up. So that's not very practical. So what are our options? Well, we have 2 options. We could, for example, print just the top plate by itself, because all of these pieces are raised, right? So we could print the top plate by itself, and then we could print the sides by itself, and then we could glue the front plate to the sides. And then this, our back plate, we have this flange. We're going to glue the back plate to the sides permanently. And the only way we can access our piggy bank is through that plug hole. Okay, so that's big picture. That's how we would do it. Now, I don't think most people are going to monkey with all that. So, plan B, okay? But I'm just saying you could do that. But like I said, I don't think most people are going to want to do that. Unless you just really, really are desperate to have this raised look, right? Me personally, I prefer that raised extra 3D look. But, and I would actually probably even take her hair and maybe make it even thicker, right? Just so not everything was flush. So see how the hair is just a little bit thicker than her shoulders, like it would be in real life. And the same up here, and maybe even make her hair even more dramatic. So maybe make her hair 4, and then change my my height here, make it like 52, something like that. So that there was even more hair sticking out, right? Now that might be a little extreme, but you get the idea. Maybe make it 51. So her hair would be proud of her face and proud of her shoulders, like it would actually be in real life. I personally like that look better than just all flat. But the reality is most of us would probably just make it all flat. So that's what we'll do. we're going to reset this. I'm going to leave this. Well, we have our original, right? So we have our original. We could just leave it like that. But we'll just kind of redo this one. Tina, do you have a question?
Yes. So we couldn't separate that. I think I have like your Dodger jersey box. And with the Dodger jersey box, it was like the thin plate, I believe that was on top. And then the thicker part. So like, and it was raised, your Dodger jersey one, right?
Yes. So I think what you're talking about is, so what we could do, because I think the Dodger plate is that way. So yes, the Dodger plate was raised, but the top plate, like the top lid, had a flange as well, right?
Yes, yes. And then I mean, but that's the only way that we'll be able to have it lifted, because then it won't have to print that whole base there, because it'd be pregnant. It'd be like opposite, right?
Yes. Yes. So you could print this front plate with the flange, and then you would be able to have it elevated like this. If that's what you chose to do, you definitely could do that. But what we're going to do is we're going to make all of this print on one layer. So, for example, we are going to take this and we're going to make it 2 mil thick. And then we're going to take everything else except the hair, and we're going to make all of that 2 mil thick, not the sides or the front, but yes, we're going to make all that 2 mil thick as well, which all that is already 2 mil thick. All right, perfect. So then the height, the Z height, is going to be at 49. And then also on the hair, its 2 mil thick and its Z height is going to be 49 as well. Okay, so it looks like a hot mess right now, but we're going to flip it over, like so. And now, when we slice it, we'll look at it from down below here. When we slice this, it should all look correct. So it's all going to print flat. And because it's on the build plate flat like that, it's going to have a nice, really smooth finish. I use the cool plate from Beak, the frostbite plate, and it gives a real nice finish texture to it. So that's what it's going to look like, just like that. And of course, we have our hole, right? And it's saying that we need a floating cantilever. It's saying that we need supports, because we do, because of that top slot. It's just printing in thin air. So we would definitely have to turn supports on for this. So we could just select just that piece and go back in and add supports. And so when we reslice it, you'll see the little bit of supports added for the top of our slot. So see what I was talking about? And then those will come off really simple and easy. So, and then our back plate with our flange, we'll put a little bit of glue right there on the side, and then put it in place permanently. And then, like I said, the only way we could access it is through the plug. So that's how that works. Now, if we wanted to turn this into a lamp, I'll show you how to do that real quick. We're just going to alt-click on our sides, and that's why we did not make our slot permanent, right? And we're going to get rid of our flange and our back plate because we don't need that. Okay. And then we can go ahead and alt-click our front plate, and let's make that 75. So we'll make that 75 deep. You see that? And then we're going to take everything but the front plate. Everything else is already 2. We also don't need our cube anymore. So that Z height will be 74. Or 75, I mean. So we'll go ahead and get rid of the slot maker. Okay, so now that's how deep our lamp is. And then we can go ahead and add our pole. So let's do that real quick. So Control I. And of course, this puck assembly is available on the Patreon as well. So we type in puck, and there is our puck. And we will just slide this over like so. Now we can make this bigger. So our assembly, because we have the space to do it. So I'll probably would make it bigger if we're doing a lamp, or we could make a small lamp too, either way. But if we go ahead and scale it, we're going to use a uniform scale in this example. And then for the height, let's just go ahead and make it 240. Let's max it out. That's as big of a lamp that will fit on my build plate, essentially. So we'll take this and make sure it's centered on the build plate, and then we'll center our puck on the build plate too. And then we'll move it up, something like so. And then I probably will slide it over a little bit, about like so. If we hit Control 1, that allows us to look dead down, straight down, and then we can get a better visual if that is a good spot for our puck holder, which I think it is. So we're going to run with it, but we need to move it up because we need to center it front to back. So to do this, how we scaled this uniformly, so that's no longer 75 mil thick. So that is 120 thick. Okay. So if we want to leave it like that, and then we can take our puck assembly, Shift Control, right click and merge. And then we can go ahead and make this. So we can take this and we will make it 60 in the Z. And then that will be centered front to back. You see that? So now that's centered front to back. And then we can go ahead and I'll click the puck again and change the color. So now we need to cut a hole in this lamp base here. So we'll select that, go to our Mesh Boolean tool, and move everything over here to the left. Come down here, and this is the lamp post. Move it over to the right. You can see it's green. Everything else is blue. Execute. Sometimes it'll cut a hole, and sometimes it won't. It's got a mind of its own. That time we got lucky. Let's back off. And we want to keep the original. And I'll show you why here in a second. So we'll go ahead and execute it again. All right. Why did we keep the original? Well, we're going to copy and paste, move that over here, and then we'll ditch this. We have our hole still, you see? So we have our hole, and this gets printed upside down. So I say upside down. Yeah, I guess it is upside down. So it gets printed like that. And then we will add supports to that too. So there's a little bit of support underneath there. And then so for the top Z distance 0.28 and the top interface layers of 4. There we go. Okay, so back over here, why did we save our puck? Well, because we're going to rotate this up. And we're going to move this over a little bit. And what we're going to do is just figure this out exactly. What angle I want to get. I want to get a good angle of this. Let's run with it right there. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and screenshot this. Like so. I see one thing we have to change. See, our lips and our skin are on the same plane. So we need to change that. That is one thing we need to change. So let's zoom in here. Just visually, that it's not going to look right unless we do. So let's find our lips, and we're just going to back it up a little bit in the green. So we're just pull it back a little bit. So see, now we don't have that clash. It's just a little minor little thing there, but that looks better. So now let's do a screenshot. Okay, and we can just copy it to the clipboard for this example. We don't have to save it. And then we'll come over here to chat, and let's create a new chat and paste it. So there's our image. So what we want to, actually, you know what? I don't think chat's going to let us do it because it's a Disney character now that I think about it. But maybe the black part of the image will throw it off and it'll do it for us. But it's real, chat is real sensitive to anything Disney related. Drives me crazy, but we'll see. We'll see what it does here. I would like you to take this lamp base and put it on a white end table in a little girl's room. And I would like you to add a lampshade to it that has some little white lace accents and pearls, white pearls on the lampshade. So we'll see if we trick chat and see if it'll give us anything. It'll probably tell us that it's copyright protected. This chat is real sensitive to Disney stuff. All of them are. Gemini, Nano Banana, all of them. You can create about any image except Disney. Anything Disney related, it will not like, usually. See? Darn chat won't give it to us. But the idea was good. There you go. But anyhow, it's good to have a screenshot, post to the website or show a customer or whatever. But you can see it took us nothing to convert the piggy bank into a lamp. It's a really simple process once we have that SVG. And we could make a soap holder, we could do pen holder, whatever we wanted to do. We could add a name here at the base. Like if you wanted to add a little kid's name, you know, that'd be easy enough to add to. For example, if we just alt click on the blue here and go to our text tool, and we just type in, I'll just type in my daughter's name. Her name's Harley. And I'm gonna have to make it bigger. So maybe like 100. Okay. So I see what's happening already. So let me back out of that. Instead of selecting a face for that to be on, let's come over here and let's just add some text this way. So we'll go ahead and do Harley, and we'll change the font to, let's do, I'm just going to use peanut butter if I can find it here, just because I like this one. All right, we'll run with that one. And then we'll scale it, make it big. I don't know how big. Let's move it over here. We can get a better idea of size. A little bit bigger. Let's change the thickness. We'll uncheck uniform. And we'll change it to white. And let's rotate it a little bit. Okay, now we need to put this up top. So this looks weird to me. So let me go back in and see why. No, I think we're okay. All right, so I need to put this up top here. So to do that, I'm going to select my text, Shift Control the assembly, and right click and merge. And then we'll use our assembly tool to assemble. So we're going to go ahead and, we go ahead and hit my assembly tool, and we'll click on the face of our blue, and then we'll come underneath Harley and click that and zero that out. And so now this Harley text is directly on top of that. So now we can just fine tune the placement of Harley, and we could just move it, and that's what it would look like. And of course, we would print this separately, and then we could glue it onto our lamp where we want it to. So that is all of our projects for the night. We got through them all, but took way longer than I was expecting. But I will save this to the desktop here. So we'll call it the Elsa lamp. And just so you know, this text is fully editable. So if I alt click on it and go back to my text tool, we can I have another daughter. Her name's Marianne. I have too many daughters. I got 4 of them. I got all kinds of kids. I got 4 girls and 3 boys. So we got a full house. But anyhow, it's fully editable. So you can just click on it, hit text, and you could change the font and the size and what have you. So, Tina, did you have a question?
So I went ahead and downloaded the puck, and I was playing in Isalito. I think I'm pronouncing it right.
Uh-huh.
What size should I make the puck when I go down there and put the puck size for the candle for it? Because I'm trying to make one, a fake lampshade, so I can play with it.
Okay. Well, that's a good question. So we can do a couple of things. Let me find it here, because I hate to tell you I'll show you how I do it, and so I hate to tell you a specific dimension and then it not be the exact dimension. But this is what I would typically do. So I'm going to import a lampshade here. And so let me just do it real quick. I think it's called Circle. Let me see. I forgot what I called it. Let me look. I just did this earlier. Round. Okay. So there we go. So this is a round lampshade. Okay. And so you see it does not have any type of holder for the puck, right? So when I'm doing it, I first of all, I don't really make lithophane, because one of the reasons I don't do a lot of printing is because I despise how long it takes to print. So lithophanes are definitely out for me, because those would take a whole day. But so anyhow, so what I would do is I would when I do lithophanes, I normally would just make the lampshade without any type of, I forgot what they call it in its litho, but without the puck assembly. And so I have a puck assembly that I made. So I'll just drag and drop it in here. And that's not it. That was not it. Grabbed the wrong file. Well, maybe that was it. Let me pull that in again. Okay. Yes, it's there. It's just, I've also got all this other stuff. So let me get rid of all this other stuff. So it's just this piece. So anyhow, this is the, it fits perfectly on this piece. So what we can do here is we can measure this. And I can give you a pretty close guess right here. So I believe it is 72 millimeters, something like that. But let me see. So we can go from right here, that vertical edge, and then we'll flip it around and we're just going to go straight across. This will get us pretty darn close. So you can see that says it's 78 millimeters. So when you go into its litho and it's asking for that dimension, it should do 78. But here's what I would recommend is, you know how in its litho you can, I forget what they call this piece, but you know how you can just get this piece by itself? I would print this out by itself. Make sure that whatever value you put, so if you enter 78 and you print just this piece out, you know, this won't take that long to print. Before you attach this to your lampshade. So this is, I think this takes like 40 minutes. Yeah, 40 minutes to print. So I would print that as a little tester to make sure that when you attach it to your lampshade, that it will really fit the puck. But I believe 78 is the proper dimension. But like I said, I hate to tell you that, and then you print it on your shade and it don't fit. So.
Which puck is she using, Kevin?
She's using my puck, right? Because she said she downloaded it from the Patreon, so she's using my puck, my neck here.
Yes, if she's using yours, that'll be correct. It is correct.
Okay, that is right. 78. Okay.
Yeah.
So there you go. You got experience there. So I've never printed a lithophane lampshade. So I've made a bunch, but I've never printed one. So I wasn't sure what the exact dimension was.
Yes, that's why I was asking which plug, because I know each one is different. Because I normally do 77.5, and most of them do 77.5 or 78.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there you go. 78 it is.
Thank
like
you. Thank you so much.
Yes, but like he said, the best way to do is just print out that middle part, because I don't know which lights you're using, and that's another thing, depending on which lights you put in the inside. So just print that one out, and then it don't take that long, like he said, and then that way you know for sure before you print that whole thing out and waste it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we could always, I have had quite a few people that, you know, use various different dimensions and then it doesn't fit. You know, you could always make a custom adapter where you could, you know, if it was off a little bit, you could make it an adapter to make it fit, but it would definitely be better to get it right, you know, the first time around. So just printing a little tester piece is not a terrible idea. All right, so any other questions for me? Thursday, we're going stem to stern on the stacking letters. So that'll be exciting. And we're going to do, hopefully, we'll have time to do vertical and horizontal. So if you wanted to create like big letters to go like on a bedroom wall or something that light up, hopefully we'll have time to show you how to do both variations. The process is the same, more or less. for vertical as it is horizontal, but the horizontal ones have just a little bit of extra work. Because of course the horizontal ones, all the letters have to interlink. There's not a divider in between them, so that would be just a little bit different for the horizontal portion. But for those that might be in here that aren't paid Patreon members, I guess I should point that out. That is for paid Patreon members on the baddie tier. So, so we're going to be showing you how to do those letters. We're going to be working on this right here. And then also we're going to do the horizontal. So you can put Jacob over his bed or something, hanging on the wall. So hopefully we'll have time to do both. But if we don't, then I'll just make a separate recording to show how to do the horizontal ones. So any other questions? I've got some things rolling with the guy. He's going to come in as a special guest presenter. I don't know, maybe next week. I don't know exactly what his availability is, but he's working on some things for us. Some simple things, I think. I think it's going to be something that we're going to be able to figure out easily, but he's going to be showing us how to do some real simple sculpting in Blender.
Oh, nice.
So we're going to be making some I want to see if I can find an image here. Let's see here if I can find. I forgot. What did I sent him some ideas. Let's see here of what I wanted him to show us. And let's see if I can find it real quick. See if I'm on the right path. So I wanted him to show us some real basic things to begin with. So let's see if I can find the exact image that I told him we wanted to start with. I don't remember what I did with them. I should have had a folder of them on my desktop. Let me see if I can find them real quick. So, but I told them to make us about 8 or 10 of them. So we had something to choose from. Let's see here if I can find it. Oh, I know what I did with them. I just got to find. Here it is. So let's see if we're on the right idea here. So the one that I wanted to make to start with, this one right here. So he's going to show us how to sculpt that in Blender. And of course, Blender is a free program. And I thought this was simple enough, doesn't have a whole lot of tremendous details. That might be a good little starter project. So that's something like this is what he's going to start us off with. And then I just showed him some other ones that, like this is another real simple one that I think would make for a good little sculpting class. And I like the hummingbird, you know, show us how to do that. He is gifted in the sculpting side of things. So he primarily does like characters and things like that. But I thought I told him, I said, a real simple, like this could be a candle holder or planter, but I said, the turtle could be real simple, basic shaped turtle, not with all this texture and stuff, just real simple class. And then once we had our skills built up a little bit, then we can come back and add all these little scales and all the little details. So he's working on putting together some classes on just real simple. I thought these were cute, and it would be real simple starter project in sculpting. So anyhow, that's a real simple one too. So that's what he's working on. So that's coming. But it might be a week, maybe 2 weeks. I don't know. He said he was going to work on it today. I gave him the syllabus of what he's supposed to make for us, and he's going to make it and show it to me, and then he's going to run me through it. And if he qualifies to leash him onto all you guys, then he'll be doing that class for us in a couple weeks' time, probably, maybe even next week. I don't know. So we'll have to see. But it'll be a Thursday night class. I do know that. So what I'm kind of going to do is Mondays is going to be for everybody. And then Thursdays will primarily be for paid Patreon members. That's kind of how we're going to do it. So I'll be back on Thursday with something. And maybe we'll look at Joy's project on Thursday. She is wanting to do some cookie cutters and cookie stamps, like to make patterns on cookies. So that's what she sent me earlier. So I will take a look at that, and should be a pretty easy project. Go ahead.
I had a question, Kevin. When you're doing cookie cutters, what do you print them out with? Don't it got to be food graded filament?
Well, I mean, that's up to you. But yes, I mean, in a perfect world, I guess food grade filament would be the way to go. But they have food grade filament now, so it's not it's not see, like for example here, and they have it in lots of different colors. So food grade. So see, is it food safe? So it's $35. So it's obviously more expensive, but if you really want to be quote unquote correct, they do make food grade filament now, so it's pretty readily available. Bamboo, does Bamboo have it? I think Bamboo has it too. Somebody told me that they just bought some food grade filament from Bamboo as well. So that'd be the right way to do it.
Isn't it if you use food grade though, you have to use a different nozzle or something as well? You can't use the regular nozzle you've been using. Is that correct, or?
Probably so. Just because, I guess technically, it would be contaminated. If you're running PLA through it and then you're running food grade through it.
Right.
So yeah, probably so. Now I buy the nozzles from Amazon. A 2-pack is only $15, and boy, I tell you what, I love them. I've never had any issues with the Amazon nozzles. So I ordered them because I wanted to try the drone delivery. So I did need them anyhow. But so I always keep a few extra nozzles on hand. But yeah, I would guess it's probably not a bad idea to switch out the nozzles before you switch over to food grade and then back to PLA again or whatever.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I have a question. If you're doing it, ain't that still contaminated because it's going through the same tubes? So wouldn't you need a whole nother machine? To me, I'm just asking.
Well, I mean, I guess maybe. I mean, I never really thought about it that far, To me, it's probably not that serious, but yeah, I don't know the answer to that, but I guess you're right. I mean, Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't think it's that serious. Even if we were just to use PLA, and I mean, does it contact the food? It does, but I don't think we're going to die from it. But I guess if we were selling the food commercially to people, then then we'd probably take a little bit more serious. But yeah, I don't know how serious a deal that is. I wouldn't want to bake in a PLA dish or even put a PLA dish in the microwave or anything like that, obviously. But cutting out cookies, I don't know how serious a deal that is. But yeah, I guess that's something to think about. I never really thought about the tubes being contaminated, but I guess technically they would be. But if you need a good excuse to buy another printer, there you go.
I guess like anything else, use your better judgment.
Yeah, yeah. I would give the dog the cookies and see first if he has any ill effects. but I don't think it'd be that serious. But it probably wouldn't be a terrible idea to have a separate build plate for food safe stuff. So even though you could wash your build plate first, but yeah, like I said, I don't do any printing if I can help it. So because I don't like to wait for nothing. And I'm thinking about getting the A2L for a bigger build plate, but a bigger build plate only means longer print times.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, well, so I'm kind of defeating my purpose a little bit.
Well, we gonna show them your whole system in another day.
Oh yeah, then you're gonna need some printers because it's cool, but
Oh no, Kevin.
it's cool, but it takes a minute to print that 4
Yeah,
foot
we
tall.
talked about that. I don't know.
Well, there's enough crazy people out there. They're gonna do it. They're
Oh,
gonna do
most
it.
most definitely. Include my crazy self.
Yeah. What's 100 hours of printing?
Insanity.
Right. All right. Any other questions before I let you guys go?
Oh, I have one, Kevin. Are you gonna do a video? I think I asked you that early of showing how the lead light get put in it, the lead strips.
Well, I tell you what. Let me show you this. Because I showed it, I think, once before. But let me show you this video again. We should be able to look at my history.
Okay.
Because this guy, he does this guy, the not too shabby guy. So here he's showing the horizontal LEDs, and he's doing the layout. He does the initial layout in Inkscape, of all things, and then he goes into Fusion, which I don't know why he does that, but then he goes on and on and on in Fusion. But I think so. It goes on and on and on. But I thought no, this one is purely the design aspect of it. But let's see here. He does. So that is more design, but somewhere, must be this right here. So this is part 2, where he does go pretty in depth on doing the wiring aspect of it. So you see, he's going through. He's showing you how to connect the USB controller, which I have also, but where you could do different lighting effects and things. But he does a really good job of going through and explaining all the different LEDs and how they all work. how to program them if you decide to go that route. Um, how to
How would
wire.
that work on your stackables? Because they going the opposite. Each one of them are different. So I guess it just hanging off.
Well, no. So if you look here, and I think he does show it in the video, but you see here how this G is a separate letter, and this. So there's a hole in between each one of these. In fact, let me show you this video too, because I do have a pretty in-depth video that will be worth. Like if you really want to learn it, first of all, wiring those things it's not hard, but it is involved. Okay, I will just say that. So your first one is going to drive you absolutely mad. If we were able to do like a live class, like in-person class, that's going to be something that's going to be easier to show in person. But if we go down here, I do have so this video right here. So you see, you could see those little red bits right here in this one. See those little red things? So in this video here, I'm showing you how to do what he did, but we're using Inkscape and Bamboo. And those little red pieces that you see in that preview there, those are like how we get from one letter to the next with our LED strip, okay? And then that one on the Y is showing you how to poke a hole out the back of the Y for your power adapter. But this video right here goes pretty in depth on how to go about. We're building the model here. We're building each letter, and then now we're going to go back in and show you how to make the connecting hole for each one. See how we're going and showing you that. So
Oh, okay.
so in now this is the horizontal version. So when we do it vertically, it's essentially the same thing, but we would have to cut a hole from the letter through the divider to the next letter, right? All the way down. And so that when we get down to the end, we just have one plug that lights up the whole tower. So it's a process, like there's a lot of moving pieces to it. If we back up, I could show you something else too. So let's go back.
Is it an alternative way besides LED light then?
No, LEDs is really the only way to do it. Now, I'll show you another video that will kind of sort of show you how it works. It's not a 3D printed LED light, but I could show you. Let's see here. I'll find it here. I used to, I've had all kinds of different things that I've gone down the rabbit hole with, and LED lights I made a lot of LED lights. Usually it's only around Christmas time for some reason that people even want LED lights. But at any rate, there's a bunch of embroidery videos. But before that was LEDs. So this is just showing you different LED layouts that I did. But this might be a good example. So this is a step-by-step of how I created that LED sign. But if we skip ahead here, we're showing you how to do the soldering. Talking about power adapters and all the things to consider there. The tools that we use, these little those little pieces of wire and the LED strips that we use. But if we go fast forward here, our glue gun on the back side of, so that is the back side of our sign that we're showing you there. But I want to show you the back side of the KC. So yes, so let's look at that. So, and this would be the same way of our big letters, okay? So you see this LED strip? right?
Yes.
We cut that, and you see these little pads. Those are approximately 1 inches apart. All right. So imagine this was one of your big stacking letters. This is kind of what you would do on the back plate of that letter. Is you would do this. Okay. So you cut little LED segments, and you can see they don't have to really be any particular which way. So you can see how.
Oh, okay. So it's gonna be on a not on the big glass. It's gonna be on the back of the casing that goes
Yes.
on it.
Right.
Got you.
And then what we have to do, let's see if we have to connect each one of these little sections. So if I fast forward here, you'll see me, should see me. Let's see here. At some point, I talk a lot, but it should show all the connectors. Yes. So you see these connectors? This is something called enameled wire, and soldering is not complicated. When I first started doing these signs, I had a soldering gun, and I was working on this sign with my daughter. We did a sign for her bedroom, and her name's Abby. So it was just 4 letters. I probably spent like 3 hours doing the soldering for those 4 letters. And I was so frustrated because it was taking so long. And I was watching these videos on YouTube, and these guys in China were just bing, 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 bing. They were just going crazy. And it only take a second to make the soldering connection. They were going so fast. I was like, how are they doing that? Because it was taking me forever. Well, I realized what the issue was. When I bought my soldering gun, I bought one of the cheaper ones. Like, when I say cheaper, it was like a $20 one. And it didn't realize that. So I went and bought a nicer one, like the one they were using in the video. And the soldering gun that I have is only like $60. So to me, that's not very expensive. But now to make these connections right here, literally takes like 2 or 3 seconds. Like, because this soldering gun got so much hotter, and that was what I was struggling with. And I didn't also realize that the type of solder that you use, the melting point is different depending on the thickness and the type of solder that we use. So when you had all the right pieces, you had the right type of solder, the right diameter, the right soldering gun, making these connections only takes a couple seconds a piece. And so
Okay.
now you do have to make sure there's a plus and a minus. There's a little tiny plus right there and a little minus right there. So you do have to make sure, that when you're making all these connections from one piece to the next, to the next, to the next, you do have to make sure that you're connecting plus to plus and minus to minus. But other than that, once you get the hang of it, it's not that bad. But to really fill in the back of your letter to make it, nice and bright, and when you're looking at it, you want your LEDs facing forward. In that video that he was showing you, now his letters were smaller, and maybe that's why, because his letters seem to be evenly lit, and he was wrapping the LEDs around the side casing. He wasn't laying them flat forward facing, but I like them flat forward facing when I'm doing the LEDs. But anyhow, this video does, walk you through the entire process of doing all the soldering and everything. And this, like I said, it would be very similar. And I carry all this stuff. So if you need, now you can order this stuff from overseas. It just takes a while to get, but I do have all this stuff on hand, the LED strips. And you see how, like, this LED strip right here, it's kind of folded over, and we can kind of turn it. Not all LED strips can be manipulated this way, but the type of strips that I have, you can, do small bends like this real easily, or you can fold over corners without damaging the LED strip. But yeah, so these all come in different lengths, as you can see, to make the different connections, and I have the power adapters and all that stuff. So if you do get into doing the wiring, I have all the bits and pieces to do it. But this video would help definitely to show you how to do the basics of the wiring. But maybe I'll do a more refined one too. But this isn't the only video I have on LEDs and wiring. I've got quite a few. If you just scroll down a little ways, you could search right here. Just type in LED, and you'll see. This is a Dr. Pepper LED sign that I did. But then I have some on creating the designs and some. This is the Abby one I was telling you about that we did. That took forever. That was our very first one right there. So, but yeah, I've done a bunch of different ones. Turned out nice, but it just took forever.
Thank you.
Yep. So, anything else? All right. Well, I guess I'll let you guys go then, and then I will see you on Thursday for the stacker class. And like I said, we'll start on the vertical, and then hopefully we'll have time to get to the horizontals to show you how all those go together. So thanks for hanging in there, and we'll see you on Thursday.
Good night.
All right.